I forgot to make tea. Gosh darn it. Oh, we're live. Hello! Thank you, DJ Zed. I appreciate the heads up, even though you're just sitting there, off the clock, staring at me stoically with that judgmental robot eyebrow of yours permanently half-cocked. Greetings, friends. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, and good night to you. Hello, 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 and welcome. I am your humble, fictional, literary robot DJ party host, the incorrigible Mr. Zeppo. Accompanied by my completely off-camera, refuse to ever speak on stream, co-host, and imaginary best friend, DJ Zed, who's currently not going to play any music for us on this episode. He's just staring at me. I'm supposed to learn some sort of lesson about something, but I'm not entirely sure what. I'll figure it out. Welcome, friends. For anyone who's disoriented, yes, on the video gaming live stream, I often cosplay as a robot from a book series you've never heard of, because I've just barely started writing them, and which reference my live streaming content as a working MacGuffin inside the book series. I know it's confusing, but it eventually all makes sense, especially if you collect the pins on the corkboard. Hello, welcome. I'm weird. I am eccentric. I am goofy and bizarre. And attempting to mock me or ridicule me for that will only result in you being mocked and ridiculed, because I embrace these features of my personality defects. And I'm trying to commodify them here, live on stream for you, beautiful, lovely audiences from around the world. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Boo. Because that's what platform we've got here. Platforms we've been recently given by those who control such things, because that's what these are. Markets for us to commodify our hobbies. And I'm trying to do a little bit more than just that. So if you're curious, intrigued, open-minded, and are an enthusiast of video games, and or engaged in public discourse about world events, and or many of the other things that are part and parcel of my project of many projects, I humbly invite you to go visit solo.to/Mr. Zeppo and give yourself a self-guided tour. And keep in mind, it is all satire, but it's all based on my very, very real, honest, sincere, raw, and radically unscripted opinion about what's actually going on in the world around us, and my concerns about where it might go in the future, and my analysis of how we got here to begin with. I shit you not. Okay, so yes, this live gaming stream show can get a little saucy, can get a little political, depends on the mood that I'm in. Today, I'm in a very particular mood, so I thought I'd take the time to introduce myself and the way this show works a little bit, and one of its little sub-variants. Today marks my return to smoking cannabis on a regular basis after having taken a few weeks off, which means I need to, for the purposes of preserving my own ability to speak, literally, I need to speak as little as possible. And, you know, having the head change back in rotation after having been square for so long, I want to just dive into this game, which I have not yet experienced under the influence of my wacky tobacco since it launched. Oh, I should have backed up and given you the warning and proviso, although I do mention this almost every other episode. This is a cannabis-friendly zone. Cannabis is meant for adults only, and only for adults who are savvy, open-minded, and responsible enough to be aware of their surroundings and of the local ordinances that have been voted into law, so as to not mess it up for themselves or everyone else. We worked really hard. Don't get up. And kids, don't get started till you're the right age. There's really valid reasons. And everybody, please remember, It is not like booze, and you shouldn't treat it like a party. I do not endorse the use of any other substances. I do endorse the fact that cannabis is a real, raw, naturally occurring phenomenon that heals our mind and body, because our mind and body already use and produce for themselves the same building block of chemicals. There's a reason why we have an endocannabinoid system. But pin on the corkboard, that's something I talk about in my podcast called Cannabis Talk. If that theme interests you, I humbly invite you to go check it out. Links are available in my solo page. For anyone who's like, what is this solo stuff? Why is he always promoting this thing? It's like Linktree. But more than that, it's a custom collection of links that you can explore if you're intrigued by the idea of this metaversal literary project I'm trying to build that uses my other content as working MacGuffins inside of it. That'll make sense once you read some of the sample chapters of 0 Hour, the first and last book in the mega series. All right, enough of the self-promotional hype. Let's get into Assassin's Creed Shadows. I do want to say, we do not tolerate. There's always all kinds of warnings and provisos affiliated with my show. Another one is that I cannot. It would be remiss of me not to point out, since we're diving into this game, and this game has gotten a lot of trolling and a lot of nonsense, malarkey, trash talk from folks who are barely capable of hiding their bigotry. And by we, I mean me, myself, and I, and all my imaginary friends participating in this one-man production show of cuckoo, crazy, nutjob stuff. We do not tolerate blatant bigotry, such as chauvinist nonsense, or people who won't tolerate, non-cis, white, heteronormative characters being in the lead. And I'll back that up by pointing out that we the people means all the people, not just your special little group. Okay? It's ridiculous to me that there is that much intolerance in our gaming community. Never mind the world beyond that. Never mind the other subjects I usually address on social media and in my particularly political podcast, GMT, which, of course, open door invitation to anybody who wants to gather all the pins on the corkboard and start connecting dots through critical thinking for yourself and having a public discourse, civilized discussion about those topics. I'm all for it. Let's go. But go do it over there on those pages. Please and thank you. When we're gaming here, I mean, if it must come up, it must. But I prefer that we try to put them in the silos they belong. But I digress. When it comes to players in our global gaming community that think it's their privilege to spew any of the negative isms, I feel it is my calling, as it is in the political space, to speak up against that sort of malarkey in the gaming community, public discourse, social media space. Women and people of color have every effing right to play the same video games you're playing. And no one's free speech includes hate speech. That's a legal distinction that some people seem to be really tragically unaware of. And I'm down to have that debate. And in fact, I've already said quite a bit about that in my podcast. So full circle, I humbly invite you that if those themes appeal to you and you want to engage in public discourse about it, find me on social media, all the links at Solo. And please, before you come at me with crazy arguments and weaponize false accusations about who I am or I am not, what I do or do not think, what I stand for or propose or object to, you might consider giving me the fair shot of hearing me out first, or else it'll be you making an absolute fool of yourself. Please and thank you. All right, I felt I needed to make those sort of disclaimers, and I reserve the right to make those kinds of disclaimers often on this live stream show because In part because even though we're going to focus on playing these video games, of which I have way too many and never enough time to play them all to the levels that would satisfy me, but because all of it is interconnected in my mind as the content creator, attempting to weave what I hope will be an entertaining, only mildly controversial, but ultimately thought-provoking in a good way, multiplex of content projects that eventually, once I have the kind of capital investment I aspire to achieve acquiring, like any good entrepreneur, I'll be able to actually become a job creator. It'll be its own little media empire that'll include video games and comic books, etc. But yeah, that's neither here nor there, because currently I'm only capable of doing one little tiny puzzle piece of it at a time, all by my little lonesome. Because it's really just me, barely hanging on to a thread to what I have, but by the grace of God do I end up on the streets, asking for handouts, like the person I just gave what little bit I could afford to give to, because not that I want to, I almost never bring that up, but I'm just saying we got to give when we can, right? And I'm so lucky and blessed that things aren't worse than that. But friends, I only point that out to bring up the counterbalance. I really do need your help. I do have some interesting, relaxed and groovy, open-minded, old-school friends out there that have dropped in and checked out the show. And there seems to be a delightful crowd of lurkers that drop in and lurk and check things out. And if you dig the vibe I'm trying to present either here or in my Just Chatting segments, or across the spectrum of content, especially once you've given yourself the self-guided tour and dipped your toes in, oh, that's a gross image, but I didn't want to say dipped your tongue, sampled, to just not invoke any kind of awkward analogy that involves body parts. Once you've sampled the broad spectrum of the content creation of projects that are way too many projects for one individual to successfully complete on their own, if you dig it and you dig the vibe, I just humbly ask that you help me find more people that it actually might appeal to by doing all the usual things. Smashing all the buttons. If you're on the TikTok, you know the drill. Everybody says it. And I know there's a bazillion causes out there. There's a bazillion people with a deeper need than what I might appear to have. And there's a bazillion people who truly deserve it. And on top of it, to confound everything, to make a mockery of this, what was supposed to be a democratization of internet access so we can all commodify ourselves to each other in a way that was meaningful, which sometimes it seems like it's wacky, out of control, and sometimes it seems like it might just be the solution to everything. There's a lot of scammers out there and fakes and frauds trying to take people's money in ways that are insincere, to say the least, and or patently or blatantly, immoral and illegal in worst case scenarios. And I assure you, I'm just a humble content creator, former theater professional, lifelong storyteller, and performance artist with a real, raw, radically unscripted, but heartfelt, sincere, and uncompromising worldview and public opinion. And no, I don't think that I'm better than anyone, and I don't think just like I don't think I'm better than anyone else I play with at Call of Duty, and just like I don't claim to be the best player of any game, like some folks out there seem to want to do. And I just giggle every time I see any news about everyone's favorite billionaire oligarch and his supposed genius-level prowess at all things gaming, whilst he seems to miss the entire heart and soul of the international, global, multi-ethnic, hyper-inclusive, gender-equal gaming community that plays games for the love of the games. One thing is to hold a game accountable for its flaws, and to hold the industry behind these products accountable for their foibles and their downright dirty deeds. But another thing is to troll and spew nonsense, folks. So, having said all that, let's take a moment. I'm feeling properly prepared. And let's strap in and dive into what is honestly, in my deep and sincere, honest, professional video game reviewer opinion. Although I'm only pretending to be a professional for the sake of the world building that I'm creating for my book series, in which there will be one of the many characters in the big chorus of characters that was an early inventor of this. I'm retconning our actual history and inserting a character that is sort of in a network of characters that are all inspired by the idea that is the icon, the incorrigible Mr. Zeppo, which is not how I think of myself as a real artist. Duh. I'm not that ego-driven. I'm creating a vision of an iconic, deeply flawed, but well-intentioned supervillain hero to rival the best of the anti-heroes out there. And I've been methodically working on this for decades. So I humbly invite you to tune in when I finally launch. I still haven't finalized the title, but I'm going to take a little bit of a mental break this upcoming Wednesday to nail it. I'm just looking for alliteration in all my things, like Macmania Madness Mondays. I'm trying to work in the Wednesday and the writing and debating whether or not to include the Wattpad, which is just a stroke of luck beyond belief for the purposes of this little gimmick, and or to focus more on the workshop part, because too many W's and it just goes out of control. I know, that was a lot. And if you can't keep up, that's okay. That's what pause is for. My brain works at a mile a minute at 3 different levels, bare minimum, sometimes more. And live streaming myself being a complete weirdo and sometimes interrupting gameplay to ramble in depth and at large about world building ideas for my writing project is exactly why I'm doing this. And the call to action, the audience engagement invitation is bring it. The commentary, the questions, even yes, the trolling and the malarkey, because all of it is part of the working MacGuffin procedural mechanic that I'm trying to build into these books. And that's why I'm still having trouble deciding on this title, but my YouTube pages, because there are more than one, unfortunately, although I think I managed somehow to merge them, although maybe I unmerged them again. My YouTube pages are meant to be the permanent archive of this live stream content that will be referenced in the dystopian, distant future. And that'll all make sense once you start reading the pages over there on the Wattpad profile. Link available on my solo. Okay, done. Please stand by this live stream of insert game title here. Will begin shortly after a brief mental adjustment break. This robot is adapting to new mental circumstances. I'll be ready in just a moment. There are people out there going, WTF, all caps, is this effing dude on about? But they never go to solo.to/Mr. Zeppo. It'll all make sense if they just take 15 minutes and see if it engages them. But they hardly ever do. Tisk, tisk. What do you mean the microphone's still open? I thought you were going to stage man. You're just literally going to stare at me like that? What did I do? DJ said. What did I do? Oh, crap. Yeah, all right. Thank you. That's why he was staring at me. DJ said just reminded me that I forgot to mention the most silly caveat to this particular episode. I'm going to be playing headset free. Because I have not listened to this game since drop on my dope-ass speakers. The box for which you can't see, but is over here somewhere in this pile of cool shit. I just love boxes. I'm a box freak. And that's not... Freak was probably not the best chosen word, but whatever. I am here to try to be weird and eccentrically funny. So I haven't heard it on the speakers yet, and I'm dying to, especially... Woohoo! It's gonna sound so good. Also, is that a new thing? Learn the new stealth system from top to bottom, and oh yeah, there's been an update. I don't know if they mean specifically updated, but I have not seen this. We'll show you in a second. So, I'm gonna be playing headset free, which means I'm gonna have the speakers blasting, which means I'm gonna not have my mic on my webcam on, so y'all don't get a weird time delay echo chamber thing effect, which is annoying AF. I've experimented with just letting you guys hear the game audio through the microphone, but it doesn't quite work. It's better if I just pump it through the Xbox, through my game capture card. Insert name of product here. No, I don't have a deal with any products. None of this is sponsored by anybody. I don't got none of that yet at all. But I do like to pretend and or insert redacted statements for the sake of the book series. So, to that end, you might see me on cam, but you won't hear me if I say anything. It's not an accident. I'm doing it on purpose. And then this is the new widget that I just saw. I hadn't ever seen this before in the little widgets. I think I might screenshot that. So that would explain. Anyways, stand by. We'll launch in just a moment. All right, this will make the presentation ever so slightly awkward, but there's so many weird, awkward things about the way I run this podcast. This isn't the podcast. I just did a podcast episode, by the way. Brand new, almost daily Zencast episode. Hot off the digital recording press. Available for you almost anywhere podcasts are available. And if you can't find it on your favorite podcast listening platform, you can always, and I invite anybody interested in supporting this content creator to please come on down to Sprecher.com. That's the German word for speaker.com /user/Mr. Zeppo. That should still work as like a short link to the actual directory for all of the little different podcast projects. One of which I'd like to highlight since this is video games stream. For anyone who doesn't know, I'm still plotting and planning to launch that Call of Duty franchise multi-game guild. I prefer that over clan for all the reasons, not the least of which the alliteration. So stay tuned for that. It'll be a Facebook-driven little club for anybody that owns one or more Call of Duty titles. So you can organize teaming up with people, forming squads, and I'll be explaining and organizing and leading, and I say that with all kinds of shits and giggles because I'm just humbly trying to present crazy ideas that I think people might dig. But a little thing I call game invasion events. where we organize, hey, next Friday, anybody who owns Modern Warfare 2, let's go. Like Modern Warfare 2 multiplayer event. Boom. And we'll get as many people that belong to this multi-game guild to get into Modern Warfare 2. I'm trying to launch this now because I've been hearing the speculative rumors that the entire Call of Duty library is eventually coming to Game Pass. I won't be surprised if that's only moving forward. They do seem to be, they just did a big, huge, massive discount Call of Duty franchise sale promo event. Or at least I got marketed that recently. And for those of you who do not know, I know we're just about to get into it. I'm strapping in, but I need to get some other ideas off my mind here before I forget them all. For those of you who are like, what? Oh, this represents just the ones I bought physical. And there were other impulse buys that I bought in the Game Pass marketplace. These are all Call of Duty. I do not pretend to be a top tier. I'm just an earnest fan that loves the evolution of the way the game plays and of the story and all of it, the whole kit and caboodle. And I missed out. I'm not a veteran of 20 years. I'm a 3-year noob trying to graduate Call of Duty high school to go on to Call of Duty uni to see if I can maybe, after 5 or 10 or 15 years of grinding at it, can become like a Call of Duty pro. I shit you not. Pin on the corkboard. And that's a double barrel idea, because not only do I want to test my old salty dog's ability, I'm an old dog trying to learn a lot of new tricks right now, folks. Because I'll admit to you, I'm not as old as some people assume because of the beard. It started going preemptively gray very early, and I love it. So F you if you think you're going to make fun of me and that's going to matter. Because I'll laugh in your face, online or in eyeball to eyeball. So I'm not as old as people sometimes jump to the conclusion of. And for most of my life, I've looked a lot younger than I actually am. So it's all balancing out and maybe tipping the other way now. But I'm old enough to have been playing longer. I mean, to have called myself a gamer longer than most of the gamers who trash talk me in Call of Duty have been alive. But I've been playing Call of Duty specifically for way less than any of them have. And that's just a funny reality that's going into my Call of Duty fan fiction short stories and like ingredient. It's a whole ingredient in the Zeppoverse book series. Okay, so join me for all of that. The writing workshops and the Call of Duty Guild. And I'm going to do, if I have time to organize and manage this. And by the way, I'm openly recruiting for relaxed and groovy and, chill, responsible gamers who got their act together and can participate in a guild as like an official officer without it A, ruining their lives, or B, becoming a place where, problems come up. Because I need some awesome groovy people to help me run the Call of Duty multi-game guild, and there's 2 other ideas for the same kind of thing but applied to the other category of games that I'm obsessed with. Okay, let's get into it. I was about to say headsets, but I'm gonna turn on the speaker. I'm gonna stop rambling so that I don't tear up my voice. I'm going to engage in my adult activity of consuming responsibly the wacky tobacco. And then I'm going to immerse myself in this game. And y'all are welcome to chit and chat and drop hellos and say stuff in chat. I'll check in periodically. I'm not trying to ignore anybody, but I really get sucked into the game. And today is going to be like a silent run style session. Because I'm already feeling my voice going, what the fuck, dude? Stop rambling. My vocal cords hurt. Because I forgot to make tea and I was talking and smoking in too close of proximity. How the F does like Snoop Dogg and anybody else who is a member of the cannabis community and speaks and or sings do it? Like they must be on a crazy vocal cord regimen that I'm not doing, because I'm also drinking coffee and anyways. Blah, 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 blah. All right, here we go, folks. Here we go. Okay, so I did not know there would be a section for this. Sorry, I know I just said we were gonna go headset free silent mode. And we are. I just want to talk about this real quick. This game deserves so much more mad respect than any of the trolls and haters are giving it. And for a lot of reasons, not just the fact that it's mind-bogglingly well designed. Sure, are there going to be bugs? Probably. Have people already found some? I don't know, because I'm too busy enjoying it and I haven't found any. Except for there was one funny thing that happened, and hopefully it turns up in when I run that stream through my Magic Movie Loop Maker AI platform. And I'm only not saying its name because I don't want to sound like I'm doing a promo for it. I'm not. I'm paying them, but they ain't paying me. I wish they would. Been on the cork board. There's a whole theme about that. That's, you know, I rag on myself for the sake of the world building and the cosplaying in reference to the working MacGuffin bit. There's at some point I wondered to myself, I lost track of the one, there was like another beat on that funny thing I was saying first. There was a transition, but never mind here. I was wondering to myself, like, I know I'm a fan of Assassin's Creed the way I'm a fan of Call of Duty. Both franchises have their trolls and their haters, the people who just like can't help themselves but go at the game like really hard and just like hate on them for some reason. Caveat here, folks. Although I do not anymore, and I do not attempt, I don't want to sound like I speak for any part of the industry. I literally did work for a brief period for about a year and a couple months or less. I don't remember exactly how much time, but for a glorious, beautiful session, I worked in the video gaming industry at a gaming publisher's main headquarters as a dedicated PC system quality assurance tester. Like, I was one of those people playing and testing and trying to break games from first playable iteration, or rev as we called it in that workshop, to the most immediate final release edition before it launches. So I know a little bit about the complexity, the nuance, the hard work, and the number of people that it takes to pull off something that is flawless on launch. And I know why. I have a reasonable understanding. I don't pretend to be an expert, but I have a slightly better than average understanding of what's going on behind the scenes, generally speaking. I don't pretend to be a coder, etc., etc., etc. Okay? That's why I always call out the trolls and the haters, especially about games that I find impressive and eye-inspiring, because my opinion is not uninformed, to say the least. Okay? Okay, back to Assassin's Creed Shadows. All this time that I've been playing it and paying attention to it and, like, kind of, I've been very generically saying, oh my god, how beautiful this is. Anyone who watched any of the previous episodes of me playing this game has heard me say over and over again, oh, this game is so beautiful. And I mean that on many levels and for many different reasons, not the least of which has been the fact that there's a very sophisticated, like, subtle, and easy to, like, not bother to notice if you're not the kind of person that notices or invests in thinking about audio cues. There's a whole, and I'm like, bingo. I was wondering if there was something in settings that would enlighten me. And I'm kind of impressed that it's literally, as you can see behind me, or you will see once I clear my face, it's literally called Audio Glossary. So, to come full circle and explain why I went on that sidebar. Audio Glossary, get to know the audio cues that you'll hear during gameplay. And let me tell you, from not knowing that that was a thing to going, oh my god, I think it's a thing, and I just am realizing it slowly over the course of my gameplay, to going, I need to know what these mean and which other ones I'm missing or I'm not hearing or not checking in with because they just sound cool and I don't know what they are. Bingo bongo, let's find out. Here we go. Oh, they're all off? What? Weird. There must be other things that have to be like default. I don't think I need a grappling cue because it's a lot of cue. You can grapple all over the place. I constantly see the left button prompt. But you know what? For the funsies, for the shits and giggles of hearing them, because if I was wondering, some of this stuff has got to be. I was expecting an even bigger list actually, and there's things that I thought must be cues that are not here, but for the shits and giggles worth of entertainment and exploration, let's go. We're gonna listen for and hopefully enjoy a climbing cue, a grappling cue. That one will. Both of these will probably come back and deactivate. A loot cue, 60-40. I'll keep it active. Plays when you target an enemy's body with a ranged weapon. That one I might keep for funsies. Collision cue plays when your character can't move further in the current direction, depending on what it sounds like. Line of sight broken plays when your character has fled from your enemies and the fight is over. I swear that's something that's already working. But if there's a new sound, I'm hoping it's awesome and that I like it, because I do need that. I know there's also like a built-in visual, or at least I think there is. Something fun and wonky happens that just feels like an interesting focal shift in the lensing and or in the like some sort of effect happens. I'm not really sure how to explain it. Okay, let's back on up out of that. So I'm a settings nerd, in part because of my experience. Yes, apply. My experience in the industry. Yes, reload, because I haven't done anything. So I'm fascinating to see. I'm currently not. I don't have the speakers on, right? And I lowered the music so I wouldn't have to shout over whatever's going on. Okay, for reals, I'll take a big fat hit right now, and then I'm not gonna want to talk for a few minutes, because if I do, it'll just be causing damage to my vocal cords. I know this because I have lots of practical experience with losing my voice. So indulge me with your patience. Oh, wait. No. One thing. I'm still integrating this into my flow. Please, I humbly invite you to consider the following, especially if you're on TikTok. Hello, viewers. User 7153709804558. Thank you for having joined. We've had 13 viewers so far, and not very many more. Okay. Rock on. I need to make a TikTok video that over-explains my situation with why it's hard for me to respond to TikTok folk. It's not because I'm ignoring you over here on TikTok. Okay, so if you're here, if you're swiping in, hello. And when I do have full normal, I'm trying to chat as we play. My chat is always going to be on the generic, open-ended, I'm rambling and hoping to be interesting and setting up chat, which I will then respond to later in between bursts of gameplay. Because never mind that there's two different screens, I'm such an old salty dog that I can't process reading chat that isn't tactical and about the gameplay and being like aware of what's going on in the game. So especially in competitive modes, like if we're playing anything that is Call of Duty or Call of Duty adjacent, multiplayer or Battle Royale or whatever, you're gonna humbly, please and thank you, have to wait until I'm done with that match before I respond to your chat. Not out of disrespect, brah, but out of just being in need to actually focus. Or else risking I can't do it. My brain won't do it. And my eyes can't do it. Not only is my vision going, but also I need to focus. Otherwise, I'll suck more than I already do, and I'm trying to get better, as previously mentioned. Pin on the corkboard. Okay. Enough's enough. Anybody new? Christy Smith, thank you for joining. You're the newest TikToker. Let's swing on through. I think there was another name that disappeared. Tragically, that's the only way right here. This thing is the only way. And it's on a tab over here in my web browser. And I got to pay attention to the game. So I'm trying to work in and normalize in my head a nice like burst of gameplay. Either a match or two or, half a quest or so or whatever. A burst of, if it's just an RPG or it's going to have to be more ebb and flow. But, a match or two or three and then respond to what's in chat. So please, I welcome all the questions. Star just joined. Hello and welcome. I'm just apologizing. So I'm trying to compensate for that fact by tabbing out of TikTok, as we're going to demonstrate here. Now the names, you see how I just saw a name come up? Now I'm not going to be able to see them. But that's actually a good thing, because when I come back to that tab later, they've been sort of jammed up. The first name that I'll see when we tab back over. And hello, welcome, come on in if you're new and you're swiping through it. Please, hang on a minute. I'm very chatty. I'm going to be running semi-silent mode to preserve my voice because I've already explained. But and I'll explain again. But when I come back, we'll be doing a thing called TikTok roll call, because I do want to give some love and respect to everybody swinging through on TikTok Live, and to make up for or compensate for the fact that because of those two reasons I just over-explained, primarily my need to focus on the game, which is over here on this screen, and secondarily the fact that Streamlabs does not have a good integration into their page, which is where I'm primarily going to have my periphery, because I am capable of monitoring things in my peripheral. 90%, I got to focus on the game. 10%, I can maybe notice that something's moved. Not enough to go read it, but at least to know that I have someone to respond to. So, tragically, TikTok does not yet have a strong enough integration that name dropping into the chat room or someone dropping me 1,000 likes or a coin or any of the alert type things or even a chat is going to be reflected here. And for that, I apologize. But to make up for it, I'm going to pause everything every once in a bit. Hopefully not so long that it's disrespectful, but not so often that it's too disruptive to my own entertainment and everybody else is following along, to call out, shout out, and say thank you for dropping in, even if you're no longer there. So stick around, and you'll hear your name called. And if you got something to say, even if it's like a suggestion or a recommendation or a tip for the game that I won't see until then, do it. I want to hear it, please and thank you. Clip that, Eclipse. Okay, we're going to dive into the game in just a hot second. Once I find the screen we need to be in. Thank you for indulging me in all that. Here we go. OMG, that is so awesome and satisfying to my ears. I am an audio nerd. I literally studied, not to go on another jag, and this is a little bit of a snarky humble flex, but I'm a former live theater professional, like a jack of all trades type. And yeah, I know what the other statement on the other half of that thing is, master of none. And like, I'm the first to tell you that I am a former live stage theater professional turned content creator, and that's not where I expected to find myself at this point. But I digress. It's also a pin on the corkboard and part of the world building for the book series. But my point is, I studied professional grade sound design, editing, and engineering. I don't have all the awesome and inexpensive equipment that I would love to have yet, but I have the training and the know-how. So, when I say, OMG, this game sounds amazing, I'm not just being a mindless fanboy. I'm impressed because it sounds amazing. And my ears are trained to appreciate it at a level that maybe some people aren't. Not just because I studied sound design, because I studied sound design for storytelling purposes, and not just for theater, in the live theater venue sense, but also for multimedia and for film and for gaming, because I wanted to know how to do that at a very early age. I've never been able to do that professionally for many reasons, and I'm not currently able to do that for my own. Like, I would love to have a link on my solo, like, sound design workshop for the Zeppoverse. I'm not capable yet because some of the gear I want and would need is out of my humble price range. But I'm ready for it. Yeah. Clip that, Eclipse. Okay, sorry. I'm going to be sometimes info dumping about random stuff that may or may not make sense all the time if you're just dropping in for the first time, but it has everything to do with the book series that I'm launching live on stream here on Twitch and TikTok sometime in the not too distant future, that I've already been doing literally except for the part where I sit with a blank page and type. It's the only part of the project that I haven't quite launched yet, in part because it intimidates the living bejesus out of me. And in part because I was actually quite factually struggling with a bit of writer's block for a hot minute. But either way, here we go. I still haven't hit that nice fat rip yet, but once we get going, we're gonna go, friends. Let's go! Oh, stay tuned, because in the following episodes of the Almost Daily Variety Gaming live stream show Extravaganza, I will be doing my Almost Daily Call of Duty minimums, which will be at least a good 2-hour episode of Call of Duty action. And then we'll be doing the same for War Robots Frontiers. And I mean today, after this Assassin's Creed session. This is a variety, chaos variety channel, so strap in. It's gonna get crazy over the coming days, weeks, and months, because I'm feeling freshly renewed and inspired. And thank you very much for being a part of it. Okay, for real though, I'm gonna stop talking for at least a good 20 minutes. So please don't be bored. Just say what you gotta say in chat and I will respond to it after, let's say, literally 20 minutes. It is 7:02 p.m. At 7:22 p.m., I'm gonna pause whatever I'm doing unless I'm in the middle of a fight, obviously. And then do TikTok roll call and respond to any and all chat. Oh, I gotta do one more thing before we do that. Wait, before I forget. Come here, join me. I'm sharing with y'all as part of a gimmick in the show. And it is a multi-tiered gimmick, which you'll catch on with. It doesn't make sense if you're just watching the content creation, this live stream. It'll make sense eventually in a deeper way once you read the book series, but that's neither here nor there. I need to turn off my chat bots. And I pretend that these are all actual, like, self-aware, sentient chatbots. They totally are not, you guys. They are just Streamlabs little program. Like, I have to physically type these things in. And I'm gonna start rotating them more. I'm gonna turn them off though. The reason being that from here on out, I don't want them to keep dropping new things. So that if anyone does start chatting at me on Twitch, it'll be there and I can find it. This doesn't impact TikTok because as you can see here, oh no wait, my face is probably blocking it. Let me move my face out of the way or at least mute it on this side. As you can, let's go back over here. I hate over-explaining things, but I also love it! And it's part of a world-building character gimmick in the book series, believe it or not. Welcome to the madness. As you can see here, there's no TikTok. And I would really love for there to be, right here next to Twitch, before you, in between Twitch and YouTube, I'd love there to be a TikTok tab. Please and thank you. Can we please get a better integration of everything TikTok into everything Streamlabs? Amen. Hallelujah. Are you with me, guys? I hope so. That was a truncated mini version of my prayers to the gods and goddesses of the digital video gaming multiverse, which is yet again for anyone who's like, what the? It's a gimmick from the book series, which will make sense if you read the book series eventually after I finish writing it, or read along with me as I write it on Wednesdays when I finally launch that one. We haven't quite gotten there yet, but okay. Let me refresh this page. I'm just being extra silly about things now because I'm excited for what's going to happen. All right, I'm gonna double check. I know. Okay, it's 7:05 now. I said I was gonna go 20 minutes straight without talking, for the sake of my voice, because I've been talking since we launched the stream, which has now been an hour long. And this is gonna be a headset-free session because I want to hear all the noises and the sounds and the birds. It sounds ever so slightly better to me and my preferences on these speakers than it does on my headsets, and that's just a personal thing. Other people will say, no, that can't be true because it sounds better to them on headset. Maybe they got a better pair of headsets than I do. I can't afford another pair of headsets than the ones that came with the Xbox right now. It's just too much. It would break the budget for this project. I mean, not really, but I'm trying to be responsible and not splendy spurgy because I've already painted myself into personal corners at times. Anyways, blah, blah, blah. Hello, thank you, settle in. For anyone who is not caught on, I'm gonna go headset free. And of course, kind of, I'm gonna mute things so there's no echo chamber. I'll talk to you in 20 minutes at 7:26. Catch up with any other chat on Twitch or on TikTok. And we'll take TikTok roll call. And shout out everyone that dropped by. Especially if anyone drops hearts. Oh no, it doesn't tell me who does that. But anyways, here we go, friends. I'm so excited. Okay, sorry for being a complete and total nerd and for delaying this even longer. But I'm just curious because I technically am not sure, don't know. Is the M for meters or miles? It would be KM for kilometers. And I'm wondering if there's a thing in the thing. If there's a thing in options. Not control, it wouldn't be audio, it would be interface? Safe zone collaboration, oh, you know, I don't remember if I've done this. Oh, no, that's perfect. Oh, echo chamber, sorry. Text language. All right, oh, I changed to full immersion because that's something I've been wanting to check out since launch. Like, for example, for reals, I'm one of those who personally, when it comes to foreign cinema, I would much rather listen to the, original actors speaking in their native language so I could hear and appreciate their acting the way they did it. No disrespect to voiceover actors. That's just my preference. I will then maybe sometimes switch it up to enjoy the opposite, but like if I only have one option, I'm gonna pick the original. Like if I'm gonna watch Godzilla -1, it's gonna be in the original Japanese, even though I also sort of don't love reading a movie because that means my eyes aren't watching all the awesomeness. Same applies here, but I need to do it. Okay, we're here to look for the other thing though. Oh, do I want to change the damage? No, what am I looking for again? Damn it, now I forgot what I was checking. Oh, the distance. What is the distance stuff? What is the distance? Maybe it's in customization? It might be in customization. Tips and messages. Objective module, dynamic. Enable the HUD module. Use to track quest progressions. Dynamic. Manual. Off. Ooh. On. Let's go with dynamic, but I do love being able to not have that text floating there all the time. Oh, I'm not sure. Okay, let's leave it on dynamic for now. Celebrations, cool. No, I'm looking for, no, the distance seemed to be, visibility meter? No. Action prompt, yes. Player info, yes. Mastery points. Those are all like... Is that the alert? Ooh, that... No, I like it, even though there's always too many that I will never use. It's easier when you're actually looking for it. I just wanted to see if I... The distance, what's our aiming reticule? Yes. Bonus info, yes. Yes. Target lock, yes. Okay, we're getting perception indicator. Nimble feedback about nearby threats or the presence of enemies in dangerous areas. That one kind of... I'm 60-40 on. That one kind of annoys me. Sorry, I am totally a freaking... I haven't done one of these, like, settings session in a really long time, but I, deep down, I'm... there's nothing about the distance. Maybe I'll just have to ask the internet. Gameplay. Let's just do a quick input. Difficulty tuning, guided exploration. Ooh. Wait, disables the pathfinding experience and replaces it with a simplified objective markers, streamlining exploration at the cost of removing and modifying intended gameplay elements. What? Wait a minute. Which one's which? I'm confused. Do it. I thought I already set that. Aim assist moderate? Full. Off. Let's leave it on moderate and we'll play test that for funsies later. I got no problem. If a game builds in aim assist, that's not cheating. And this isn't competitive gameplay, this is just us enjoying this game. QuickTime events. Choose the type of input required to complete QuickTime events. Default, simplified, auto, default. Area loot. Choose whether to collect all nearby area loot with a single... Oh no, I like to find it all. A single button press triggers a single attack. Triggers a melee combo attack. Combo and posture can be triggered with a single button press during a combo attack. Press again to execute the posture attack. I'm really confused as to what the difference is because it feels like combo and posture is the default. Whoa. Let's leave it on default. Photo mode on. Yes. Lock on camera. Choose the lock on camera behavior. Default. Press R to lock onto an enemy target in proximity. Move R to switch. Oh, I didn't forget that you can switch. Auto. Automatically locks onto the nearest enemy target when combat starts and your weapon is drawn. Let's put it on auto. Camera follow off. Allow the camera to automatically follow your character's movements. How is it not doing that? We'll come back and play test that difference. Dismemberment on, yes, duh. This is about the fun of all that. Yes, of course. Nothing about the distance. Okay. Did it apply the settings, or did I not change anything? I guess I didn't change anything. Okay, for reals now. For reals. Let's go. Headset free mode. I'm gonna crank the volume all the way up on these, so it'll be a weird echo chamber if I leave the mic open. So I'm muting self, and it's now 7:14. 7:15. 7:35 is 20 minutes from now? 7:45. Duh. At 7:45, I will pause whatever's going on unless I'm in a fight to check in on chat on both platforms. In the meantime, I humbly beg your indulgence and invite you to drop a chat. Say hello. Let me know you're in the room. Don't be shy. Here we go. For reals. Without further ado, I shit you not. Forgive me. Of course, all that delicious coffee is now requiring me to answer nature's call. I hate to pause out. I said no more further ado, but there's one little more ado that we must pause for. I will be right back in just a moment. I apologize, but DJ Zed firmly asserts that he is not going to participate in today's streaming for reasons he does not want to get into. I think he slightly miffed at me. And yes, I realize I'm talking about an imaginary character from my book series. I'm not crazy, I'm world building. Be right back, and I apologize for the lack of music. Okay, this may seem weird or boring, but I'm gonna just observe for a hot second to see if there's any other movement patterns. I know I basically just have to, despite being stealthy, capable, this being the stealth character, these small camps that are a little overpopulated in my mind, a little, in my opinion, there's a lot of people on this small camp. There's not a lot you can do with the stealthing, I don't think. At least I haven't been able to. And I've always essentially have had to resort in this game to just clearing out the fucking camp. And we don't have the samurai character yet, so that's sometimes really hard to do. And you gotta kind of have to like pluck them off one or two at a time and then run away. But they don't seem to be moving that much, and this guy in the middle is the one that's doing the most pacing. Okay, I'm also gonna finally hit that toke that I've been advertising and warning you all about that I haven't actually hit it yet. Be right back. I mean, I'm not going anywhere. I'm just gonna take a hot second.
人目を避けるが得策じゃな。
伊賀のクズ。影に潜み人目を避けねば。
That was awesome. That sounded so good on my speakers, you guys. My ears are so happy. So much happier than when they're on headset, yo. I'm sorry. I know that makes streaming a little extra awkward in terms of like not chatting as much. But hello to anyone that's dropped in. Whoever's lurking on Twitch, hi, I appreciate you. You don't have to respond, but if you can hear the sound of my voice, thank you for being there. And anybody on TikTok, hello, welcome. Please do not be shy. Drop on in. Say hi. Leave me a little note. Ask me whatever questions. If you're here to troll me from somewhere, go ahead and troll me. I'll get back at you in a minute. I'm not going to take TikTok roll call right this hot second. I just wanted to stop and go, wow, that was an awesome, but totally like I'm not ready for that fight. I think. But also, maybe, does it feel like to anybody that there's a way to stealth that? There's such a small camp in such tight quarters, you can't get anywhere without one of them seeing you and that they all know you're there. That was fun though. I'm going to load back up and then bail on this quest. I mean, set it aside for a minute. We go back to camp. And reorganize our thoughts. So yeah, shout out to whoever's watching on TikTok. Thank you for swinging through. Sorry that I'm not able to see your names instantaneously, but as I like to overshare and overexplain all the time, it's a Streamlabs desktop thing. But we will take TikTok roll call in a hot second. So feel free to leave me a message, and I'll shout out your names and respond to any chat when I get to it. All right, hold on a second.
激しく槍を取る。近くで見るか。 話を聞く。まず助立ちせねば。
誰も来ぬかと思ったぞ。
火星を待っておられたのですか？
半ば諦めながらな。我が父の頃は何千と駆けつけたものだが、方々に書状を送ったが返事はなし。現れたのはお主のみだ。わしは今日に。
直江と申します。書状を見てはおりませんが、勘が働きここに。
なんであれ、助太刀には助けられた。我らの本山である本願寺は焼け落ちてしもうだ。我らは10年も織田信長と戦うた。だが父はしまいに奴と和睦し、ほとんどの門徒を連れ退いてしまうた。
ここにいる者が残るすべてと。
信長は羽柴秀吉に命じ、我らの大切な本山に城を建てさせようとしておる。我らの領地にだ。わしは諦めなかったがゆえに親子の縁を切られた。されど織田信長との戦いをやめるつもりは毛頭ない。
そやつは私の家も焼いた。
ゆえに参ったのか。
That was beautifully voice acted, and as a fan of foreign films generally, and of certain Japanese cinema in particular, I don't pretend to be like an expert or someone who's like watched like a million different. I could be, in other words, I could be deeply more well versed. I could have watched more foreign films, broadly speaking, and more Japanese film particularly, but like not to be a snob, but I love Akira Kurosawa's Dreams. I haven't seen that in a really long time, and I'm sad that I used to own a copy, I thought. Maybe I'm imagining that. But yeah, honest, real, genuine, heartfelt like film enthusiast recommendation. If you've never seen Akira Kurosawa's Dreams, go out and find a copy for yourself. I don't know. It might not be available to watch in any way, shape, or form online. It might be rentable. It might be streamable. I don't know. I don't know the status of its online streaming. Now that we're moving further and further away from denormalizing physical media, I don't know how readily available it is on DVD or whatever. But do yourself a favor and try to get yourself a copy, or at least stream it somewhere. Rent it. I think it's available for rent for like a handful of bucks. It's so beautiful. 100% like, in camera. There's no CGI. They hadn't invented it yet. It's just stunning, beautiful, amazing. And yeah. Okay. The other thing I wanted to go off about is I really want to know the answer to the question, how meaningful or irrelevant are especially the straight fork in the road prompts? I know that there's like a pure canon version of this game, which we discussed on launch day when we first started playing it. And one of the things I want to go looking for in settings in the other versions or the other Call of Duty, I hate when I do that. In the other Assassin's Creed games that I've got characters open and running that I want to return to, is whether or not it's just a thing I've missed. Third thing I want to discuss real quick. Will they please bring back the exploratory cultural museum mode? That was always so awesome to me, and I'm sad that I haven't seen it in some of the more recent titles. And I don't know, I haven't gone poking around yet, but I haven't yet stumbled across it. Y'all know what I'm talking about? I think Valhalla was the first time I noticed it. Not, again, just like Call of Duty, I missed out on all the first however many effing years of Assassin's Creed history, and I'm making up for it now. Thus my seemingly overly hyped fanboy enthusiasm, which I hope can be respected as not just mere meaningless fanboyism. I admire both franchises. At a genuine, like, slightly well-informed technical level, as I've already explained, having worked a brief spell in the industry. In the gaming industry, so I know what and studied a little bit of programming, etc., and dabbled in a little bit of what would it take to learn to model 3D characters, etc. Like this stuff takes ever to do and to do right and to do this polished and this beautiful. So I don't really know, and I'd love to find out like how different of a thing do I go. Because I'm of strong opinions, privately speaking or personally speaking, about certain things as like the motivations behind why people historically and contemporaneously to our current real world events rationalize when they choose to commit acts of actual real life V-word. And by V-word I mean, violence. For those who do not know, pin on the corkboard, I'm a bit of a jumbo shrimp oxymoronic weirdo. I'm an avid real life, like in person, adamant pacifist, like hardcore. Asterisk, self-defense is self-defense. But there's also people who take extreme measures that are like beyond self-defense and try to gaslight everyone into calling it that, but that's a whole other issue. Put a different pin on the corkboard. Discussed that at length already on the podcast, and we probably will have to again in the not too distant future. But like someone recently, a dear online friend of mine, who I've been online friends with for a very long time, but I've never met in person, and who is themselves a tabletop gamer and like a cosplay gamer in that sense of being part of the Venn diagram of what I consider the gaming community at large in the whole world. The worldwide gaming community includes a lot of interesting little circles that overlap gaming, but many people might not think of as gaming, especially people who are like jerks in lobbies, but different issue. Pin on the corkboard. Someone asked me, this dear online friend asked me, like, you're so, and I'm shorthanding, I'm like, I don't remember the exact wording, so I'm just sort of shorthanding it to how I might have asked it if I had to ask this question. You're so, like, zen and a pacifist. Why are you into these pew-pew, violent games? And I'm like, because they're games, first of all. I mean, so is Dungeons & Dragons. And so is, like, jousting at Ren Fair, right? It's a game. And I missed out on the 20 years worth of being able to play them on an Xbox. And I'm overcompensating for them now and trying to commodify that in order to survive the apocalypse while it's making content about a character that does that through a real apocalypse, i.e. the book series, or the stories about that character that is who I pretend to be when I'm playing any of these games on live stream in my head to come up with things to write about. And I think that in a certain tongue-in-cheek way, I can play them as a form of protest against actual real world warmongering and war profiteering and war criming. Pin on the corkboard. That's a deep dark issue that I bring up in the podcast to a certain degree or another. I am adamantly a pacifist, but I ain't got no problem being a shinobi / samurai, decapitating people. And I think that's fun and funny. And to take it to a deeper place, I think there's like a reason why we have this as a form of entertainment. And that as long as it stays within certain bounds of reason and logic, and as long as we have a community that endorses and enforces an education and understanding that none of this is to be taken as an excuse or a reason for committing actual real life acts of the big bad naughty V word. That, like, you know, fantasy is fantasy and video games are video games, and a lot of people fearmonger, and that's malarkey. That's fearmongering. And that we, as a community, we need to always remind each other of that to a certain degree or another, especially in light of any, you know, problematic red flag issues that we may see around us, etc. So, PSA. I don't believe in vengeance. That is the point to say. That my point being, I don't personally believe in vengeance. I do believe in keeping promises, and I do believe in defending ourselves and our, I believe in, for example, like philosophically, in real life, I believe in defending our liberty collectively and individually, right? I don't believe in warmongering. I don't believe in profiting on war. But will I play video games that blatantly are that, or make fun of that, or explore that in some way, shape, or form? Yes, abso-effing-lutely. And, without batting an eye. And sort of in protest of all the horrible things in the world. Because if there's one thing that becomes perfectly clear when one zooms out broad enough to see what any and all stories and media about our, as a species, apparent historical addiction to what we may summarize with the three-letter word war, whether it's at a tribal level, an individual one-on-one level, at a competitive level, at a global level, at an international level, etc., and everything included in between, is that it's pointless. Adamantly, I say this again, it's meaningless in as much as that it never solves anything. Not in a true sense of ending the problem and then allowing people to truly live in peace. If it did, I don't think we would have however many, insert your favorite number that makes sense here, even if it's irrational and not the one that mathematically makes sense in real life, just for your own comfort's sake. But like for the last, or let's just agree on a nice round number. For the last however many thousands of years we can confirm historically, we've been bashing each other's brains in and unaliving each other to no end. For all kinds of reasons. And in the name of all kinds of deities. And yet here we are in terms of what's wrong with our world today. And I think art must be made about that. And maybe, just maybe, some of the people who make these video games, maybe, just maybe, or maybe I'm giving them too much benefit of the doubt. But when I make, and I say this as like I'm throwing down a vision, world building, like philosophy explanation of my project, of too many projects that I can't complete on my own, that I would need to hire an army of people for to do it justice, and that I'm like, hey, anybody got that kind of capital to invest? Pin on the corkboard. That's part of the. I'm writing a book here, right before your eyes as I ramble. That maybe, just maybe, there could be art like a video game like this that draws the audience in to go, oh, have that understanding become a reality for them. Not because of any, like, programming of it, not because of any ulterior motive or because of some nefarious agenda, but because of its banal and patent and undeniable truth as revealed by the facts of history and the endless self-annihilation and the fact that we've brought ourselves as a species, or as Mr. Zeppo, the foreigner, the robot from another universe where robots evolved instead of flesh, meat, sacky, ambulatory blood and bone creatures. Like that y'all have brought yourself to the point where any number one of your nation states could just push a few buttons and it's done. Over with. Like, what have you solved? What has it solved? Nothing. And what would solve stuff? Not keep, I don't know exactly. I do have some thoughts and ideas on that. One pin on the corkboard, my most recent podcast episode comes right to some of those ideas. Go check that out. But it isn't just keep continuing to run on that mutual annihilation butchering treadmill of butchering each other in the name of insert your favorite cause here. I would argue, intellectually speaking, just saying, for the sake of the Zeppoverse, for the sake of your reality, and for the sake of the world building of the book series I'm trying to write, and just saying it out loud in the forever record of live stream archive, internet. That's where I'm at. And where my characters are gonna try to get to after learning a bit about how nonsensical it's been to push the other way, And I don't know. Am I giving this or any of the games that I really enjoy too much benefit of the doubt? Maybe. But the point of my fan fiction, in which these video games are going to be heavily invoked, is to grind that down to see if we can't get there in a way that is self-evident. See if it works out as an experiment. Eclipse, please clip that. I'll be right back in just one hot minute, and then we will make that decision. Will we vote for vengeance or something that can be rationalized as other than? One moment, please. Just gotta, purge the system and alleviate this robot body of some built-up carbon monoxide liquid form body toxins. World building for the Zeppoverse. Weird, I know, but it's an experimental project of many projects. Please, maybe take a moment to visit solo.to/Mr. Zeppo and poke around a bit. Check it out. Please and thank you. Be right back. Thank you kindly, folks. I appreciate your indulgence and your patience. All right, I'm back. I'm ready. I'm still torn about the question. What question, you may ask? This question. I'm really unsure. Hold on. Assassin's Creed Shadows in case of trouble. Rare achievement. Fully upgrade your tools and ammunition. That's going to take a hot minute, friends. This game is huge and deep and wide, apparently. And it's hilarious that I see people on social media complaining that it's this big. I mean, I guess I get it, especially anybody who's like, I'll never finish it. I mean, I can empathize and sympathize with that, actually. But I just think it's funny to, complain about it as if, an abundance of too much good is, horrible. It's, horrible. It makes it an infinity game that maybe you can pass on to your kids one day. Wouldn't that be wild if games were so big that it would take a generation? It would take multiple generations of people to play to achieve? That's one of the other weird gimmicks that I'm working with, in the future. Set in the future, dystopian, sci-fi. Everyone's actually a brain in a jar, in a spaceship that's devouring whole planets in order to propagate this deeply immersive, multi-tiered, time-dilated, Matrix-like, but way crazier simulation thesis. And asterisk. I'm a real-life human being that rejects intellectually all simulation theory, and I'm writing the craziest sounding simulation theory as the central bizarro world setting thing about my book series, that if someone had never heard of me before and then gets one of my book series, it would be a very late in their understanding, in their journey kind of reveal, even though it's smattered everywhere. Every time I talk about it, I always think about the new RoboCop and that scene, which gives me the claustrophobia and the, oh my god, I don't know how I would handle that if that happened to me. You know what scene I'm talking about? Huh. It's so good. It's so amazeballs, I can't believe I'm watching that. Okay, anyways. Let's get to this. Vengeance or not vengeance? Shakespearean, yo. This right here, I'm serious, I mean it. This right here is Shakespearean to me. Obviously different because it's Assassin's Creed, but, the truly literate will get what I mean. Not to be a snob, I'm not a snob. I'm a people. Let's go. I'm gonna mute myself, I'm gonna not talk. Oh wait, did we take TikTok roll call ever? No, okay. Let us prolong the suspense on that decision making for one slight moment longer. And before I talk myself hoarse again, TikTok roll call. Let's see who's swung by, if anybody. All right. Thank you to the internet gremlins and gods and goddesses. The connection is remaining stable despite the fact that we got one disconnection event earlier, which kind of got me on edge a little bit. Here we go. TikTok roll call. Shorty, Libby, Sonia A. Rodriguez, Martha Foster, Lynn Ronchild, Vile Death, a Broadly 20-something. I should have put my glasses on. Okay, good. That one's the last one. Man, okay, I was like, I cannot read that in time. My eyes are having a hard time focus. Manuel Duradumo. I'm sorry when I mispronounce people's names. I'm so bad. 33. Thank you all for swinging through. 25 viewers, apparently. The numbers really vary quite intensely. But I think TikTok really wants me to drop money on, the promo advertising stuff. They're really prompting me to feel like I'm an emergent celebrity on the TikTok. But if only I would, pay a few bucks to promote some select videos that they constantly keep approving. No, that's great. It's, we're supposed to be monetizing ourselves, not getting monetized. Well, obviously everything's getting monetized, but we're supposed to monetize in a way that maybe actually monetizes for me. By the way, in real life, I totally advocate for our data makes them bazillions of dollars. It can, could, should, would be something we own and control because it's our data, and can, could, should, would be harnessed in such a way that makes us money too. And I don't think that's cray-cray. Like, if they can do it, we're the ones generating the data. They're the ones giving us the platform to do it. Like, at a data monetization level. Never mind the content, right? Pin on the corkboard. That's a whole nother theme. Okay. Vengeance or not a vengeance? That was TikTok roll call. Let's get back to the game. And yeah, thank you very much for those of you watching. Shout out to anybody watching in the not too distant future on the video on demand shelf. I see those numbers creep and crawl. Thank you. Peace out. And shout out to the people who watch on the YouTube archive, because I see those numbers too. I'm sorry that the messaging is delayed. Consider yourself directly addressed whenever I say anything. That's the way this works, right? And shout out to everybody watching the short, clippy, magic, real movie loops on all the different other platforms that I share those at, that these eventually get to. Clip that, Eclipse. Come on back for more. Don't forget to visit solo.to/Mr. Zeppo. Self-commodification module ended. Proceeding with gameplay. Muting self. Turning up speakers at full volume. Indulging in my own indulgence of enjoying what I'm doing as I do it, out of the passion of doing it. Here we go.
いえ、父を殺めた者が盗んだ箱を必ず取り戻すと生前に約束したゆえ、その糸口を得ようと。
父に託された願いか。わしはそれに背き、全てを失うた。
堺におるらしき片耳をなくした男を追っております。何かご存知ではないかと。
片耳か。信長はこの一帯を制すると、後の始末を悪辣非道の将に任せた。わだこれだけだ。一つ耳の鬼と近頃は呼ばれておる。関わりがあるような。
一つ耳、その鬼が父を殺めたに違いない。
真から道義に外れた男だ。古くより伝わる像を奪い、壊し、寺を焼いた。無論それらは物に過ぎず、何を焼かれたとて仏道は消えぬ。されど我らが上人様のご尊像、500年もの歩みを一つ耳の悪鬼が踏みにじったのだ。
ならば追い詰めるまで。
追うは至難の技。和田の後には首を切られるか焼かれるか、または首を切られ焼かれた屍しか残らぬ。だがお主がおれば風向きが変わるのやもしれぬ。
逃げんとする残兵を捕らえました。京女様、生かせば何かに使えたはずかと。
これだけの手下の虫けらなど話を聞くまでもない。
されど問答無用に切らずとも。
直江、これはやや父の下で戦い、父と同じくわしを見捨てたものだ。
またそのような火星がいると聞き戻った次第。
私も和田これ竹を探す仲間にお加えください。
兵女様と望みなき道を行く者がまた一人。
お味方するのはこれだけを討つため。それに私の父も生きておる限り望みはあると言うておりました。
わしを信じてくれる者もおるようだぞ。
破滅への道をわざわざ選ぶとは。他の残兵が七つ松に首切り人がおると、そやつが和田の居場所を知っておるやもな。しかし七つ松は私も知っておりますが、無事戻った者はおりませぬ。小娘が一人行くようなところでは。
直江の戦いぶりを見ておらぬからそういうのだ。だが味方は必要だ。わずかな一騎衆を率いる元順という者が布引きの滝におる。力を貸してくれるやもしれぬ。
わかりました。早速そのように。
川のそばに家がある。そこで落ち合おう。元順の意思を確かめ、これだけの居場所が分かったら百姓の家に来い。そこで攻め入る支度を整えよう。
平次が来てくれてよかった。あいつにとっても皆にもね。
Where are the paintings? I swear I just want to look at the drawings that we've done. I'm so excited. I don't know if that's like a bug or if I'm just like not doing something right. I'm gonna poke around and see if I can't figure it out, and then we'll proceed with whatever I was about to do because I've forgotten. Hello to anybody who's dropping through on TikTok. Don't be shy. Say hi. Drop a message or an emote or a trolling troll comment or whatever you want. Some love, some groove. And let me know what's up with you and this game and what you think, and I'll respond to it in a hot minute when we take TikTok roll call in a few more minutes. Derp-de-derp. I just realized I had assumed this was for the drawings that we've done as the character. It's not. It's for a different category of things, and I've not unlocked yet or not encountered my first one yet. Because my first couple of days, I just wandered the map and avoided all else, literally, after getting, off the training wheels. And I love doing that. I didn't even go as far as I've done with other recent games. Something we're going to do in a hot minute at some point before this episode is over is step into and poke around in every other Assassin's Creed game I have installed on the Xbox. So tune in for that in, I don't know, maybe another like 20, 30, 40 minutes, depending on how things go. I might take a break at some point. I might take that break before we do that, but I just wanted to call that out for anyone watching. And I'll be doing that, on a cyclical basis. So if you're seeing this after the fact on some fourth-party app where I've shared one of the Magic Movie Loops, please come on by to either Twitch TV /Mr. Zeppo or TikTok Live at Mr. Zeppo, and tune in for another time. The next time we do this, it's Assassin's Creed catalog craziness. As we rotate between that and Call of Duty franchise madness. I might start doing that like a every other week thing. I don't know. We're trying to figure out the rhythm and the schedule of it in an experimental fashion, live on stream. Clip that, Eclipse! And now, to figure out what the other thing I was trying to figure out. Thanks for being here, folks. Shout out to everybody watching, live or in the future. I'm going to go silent, mute myself mode for a deeper dive for this next round of whatever we have to do next. But please, drop me the chat. I'll respond to it in a second. Oh my god, this game is so awesome and beautiful! How can you not absolutely love it once you just immerse yourself in it? Seriously! Cool. That was the other thing I couldn't remember. How do I put the things on there? And that was just the next tab over. I had forgotten. Yay for me. I feel smarter now about this game anyways. I do silly voices sometimes. I'm sorry. It's weird. It's from the theater training back in the day. All right. Let's go figure out what to do next. Is there anything else I want to do with this building? Oh, no. We gotta upgrade gear. I'm gonna upgrade gear next. So sorry if that's tedious, but I'm just in love with the audio here. Earlier, I paused in front of the dude that plays the flute because I was listening to it specifically open air on the speakers in my gaming studio that I purposely sort of set up in a way knowing a little bit about acoustics. I kind of picked a sweet spot for myself. And it sounds so awesome. I'm not pretending to have engineered anything besides my position of the desk in the room to maximize my, what I think is my understanding where the sound sounds good. And good grief, it sounds so good. Hats off to everybody who engineered this game at every level. And I mean that sincerely. That's an honest, genuine, the incorrigible Mr. Zeppo reviews media irrelevantly, quadruple thumbs up, A++++ honest review of Assassin's Creed Shadows. Clip that, Eclipse. Hashtag Assassin's Creed Assassin's Creed rocks! Hashtag the incorrigible Mr. Zeppo. Alright, let's go.
何がいる？気をつけてな。
Okay, I do want to take the hot second to like chit chat about that craziness, and because that took so long, I might as well take a moment and start trying to honor that whole new idea of integrating a TikTok roll call moment more often. So first, I kind of love it's sort of new to me. For some people, this might be, yeah, whatever. You can do that in almost every game ever. It's new to me. Old school gamer, missed out on like 30 years of most of the mainstream games for a bunch of different reasons. And missed out on everything Xbox. So, this is just awesome to me. I love that I can be wearing badass armor whose stats I like and are, awesome. And I don't dislike the aesthetics of that. The actual gear that I'm wearing, but I love that I can like dress it down to make it look like other stuff for the fun of like the cosplay of it, like inside the game, and for different reasons. Like I want to have like whatever my chosen stats are, and I'm sure as the collection grows, the more for different reasons and for different tactical choices, we'll have different stuff to pick, and then the variety of playing with what it looks like too. As silly as it is, it's awesome. And it looks dope, I must say. And I chose this because it's sort of like kind of on brand. It's like purplish, purple and green in its own subtle earth tones kind of way. And for those of you who don't know, purple and green are my brand colors, consciously chosen for many reasons. Many, many weird, deep, and literarily significant reasons that I'm going to be weirdly mysterious about and or fail to do right. I don't know. There's a whole conversation going on in my head of the different Zeppos going, the fuck are you doing? Don't. Stop. Go back to the thing. No, but literally from the sword and that blade and the way it shimmers to the subtlety of the fact that the trim here is kind of plum. I love it. I just wish the headband was purple, but it's fine. Anyways, I just think that's cool. I take so many screenshots, because it's fun and quirky, that the map is the one way that there's an online connectivity to the games, and that's true of all the games. I love looking at other people's photos inside of Assassin's Creed. In all of them, in which that is a feature. Like, I love it. It's one of my favoriteest things. When I realized that, it blew my mind. Because I obviously thought it was just, oh, duh, I took a picture there. That's my picture. And yes, that's the default. But, like, do you see the thousands and thousands of likes? You can just, and I need to double check in settings. If there's some way to boost the signal on that. And also, if you didn't realize that, start taking and you're playing this game, start snapping your screenshots both ways. Like a lot of gamers, a lot of Xbox gamers, you're pushing this button for the screenshot, right? Boop. Yeah, I just did one too. I do both. But double thumbstick it and do the whole, be art. It's like a little fan art. And then one of the things I want to do is take those and turn them into Japanese ink style art. Some of which I might actually do by hand myself in a digital format to come full circle to the content creation projects of all the different content creation projects. By that I mean go see some of my original art from the Zeppoverse. There's a link on the solo page. That's why I hype it. It's all interconnected in a fun, weird way. Anyways, let's go. Let's see what happens next. I love all the pets in this game. It's so cute. And the kitties, and the monkeys, and the puppy dogs hanging out, being friends. It fills me with hope for humanity. Because humanity just needs to... Oh wait, insert a Zeppo robot line here that I do not want to disclose on live stream that is hilarious that I have not finished refining yet. Asterisk, spin on the corkboard. Line from dialogue redacted. Eclipse, clip that.
よく来たな。 ありがとう。何がいる？
Nope, sorry, that was an accident. I feel silly. Didn't mean to click on
気をつけてな。
I am really loving having it in its Japanese audio format, even though I have to do more reading. Sometimes I'm just letting it go and letting the emotion ride, not actually reading what it's saying. What people are saying when they're giving their monologues. Anyways, here we go, folks. Thank you for being here. Shout out to anybody watching either on Twitch or on TikTok. We'll do TikTok roll call in a hot minute. I've just upgraded and engraved my my red dragons set, but then disguised it as this lower level set or this lower stat set for the aesthetics of it, because I like these and this is what I want to look like right now in the game. And we're about to go remember what else is going on. Actually, I'm straight here, huh? Thank you for joining me, and please do. Ooh, we're gonna read the codex. Forgive me. I love this part of the game, so thank you. Hang out. If you got chat to drop it. I'll address it the next time I pause from my attention in the game. And that especially goes to anybody swinging through and hearing the sound of my voice on TikTok while I can't directly see the TikTok monitoring tab right now. So TikTok roll call in a hot minute. But right now, codex reading. Here we go. Okay, forgive and indulge. I am not a walking promotion for Ubisoft, but I am a content creator that has questions about how these games work sometimes and knows other people out there will too. If you've been wondering, like, what the F is up with this issue, like, usually you get, if you have this and you're an Ubisoft player, this is separate from subscribing to Ubisoft Plus. This is an app you install on your Xbox, presumably also on your PlayStation. And I think something like this is happening on a PC level, like through a website and or a little app. But you get rewards just for playing the games. And I can show you in other Assassin's Creed games, it's usually pretty instant. In fact, with prior games, it's come with stuff you could buy with the coin that you earn, which is a separate part. You know, it's a mechanism inside this Ubisoft app, and free ones. Now, the thing is, they created this Animus project set of questy bits, and I was confused so weirdly hard about it for the longest time. Until, bless it, I Googled it and I saw a couple of different videos on a couple of different platforms, which you can too. And the explanation, as I've researched on your behalf now, I guess, by accident or by proxy, is that the game has this is sort of locked behind achieving a certain experiencing a disconnection event. Streamlabs is disconnecting from the things. Hello and welcome. I am a animatronic being from a universe you've never heard of because it's a book series I haven't started writing yet. And I get frustrated when Streamlabs disconnects. And that makes me get all animatronic-y for a minute, just to be weird about it. Reconnecting. What was I saying? Reconnecting. Are we reconnected? Let's find out. Let's go look at the numbers. So that unlocks once you reach a certain quest. I don't remember the number, but it's curiously relatively kind of deep in. And then you can start collecting data fragments. Now, I didn't watch I knew there were spoilers, so I paused the video before I saw what the spoiler was. So I don't have any spoilers to alert other than it's going to unlock. It's just a little bit longer than you expected. But apparently, according to some who are frustrated, the game is that big. I have not looked up how many hours or whatever. You know, that's a standard stat that we all love to banter about in the gaming community. I don't want to know. I want to just deep dive into it. And that will also include, because I treat these two franchises like just a big multiverse of one big game, Call of Duty franchise and Assassin's Creed franchise, with like orbiting adjacent-esque other games swirling out of control to the fringe of too many games I never have time to play for you, as I commodify myself for your entertainment. But there you go, friends. Keep grinding. I don't think it's that horribly deep in, but for anyone's like, I want to do the battle pass. And some people are way more direct about knocking out the quests. I love to dilly and dally and explore and go unlock the towers preemptively in a sort of semi-strategic way so I can have instant travel for when I come back to do those things. And I'm a weirdo, so it may take me even longer to get to unlocking whatever this is. Okay, so let me refresh Twitch. Is there a promo in there I'm supposed to clip? Eclipse, clip that! Bloop, 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 bloop. I hope that contains that entire reconnected moment. If not, I'll have to edit that clip probably a little better. Note to self, expand to include the little puppet moment. Okay. All right, apparently we've rebalanced. Done the check over here. Okay, and now for TikTok roll call. Drum roll, please. Oh. DJ Zed is just staring at me like, I'm not on tonight. I'm just staring at you and evaluating. Romero, July 9. Aw, just the 2. But thank you for dropping in. 28 viewers total, but we just get 2 names. I don't know why. I don't know how that all works. But tragically, I can't say them faster in more real time. And so instead, to try to compensate, I do these things. And I'm going to start trying to make the Magic Movie loop moments of these so I can post them to TikTok. And maybe the viewers who swing through will end up seeing them and it'll become a feedback loop of come on back to watch more. Also, if my politics offend you, please, hugs. I'm not trying to offend you. I'm trying to ask you to question everything a little bit alongside us and maybe, you know, transcend ideologies a bit because we gotta fix some problems, yo! Unless we all want to live in like future feudalism sooner than rather than later. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Clip that! Okay, we'll be back for a future TikTok roll call later. Hello, TikTok audience. Thank you for those of you who dropped by. Sorry I don't keep up with it on real time the way some other people do. All right, also, is this really on? Oh, awesome. Looking good. Hair check, hair check. Greetings, folks. Hello and welcome. I'm the incorrigible Mr. Zeppo, a robot from a not-too-distant future where robots evolved first before humans. Not-too-distant future, galaxy, parallel universe of galaxies where robots developed before humans at an evolutionary biomechanical level, literally. There are no fleshy ambulatory meat sacks of any kind. There are cybernetic living vessels for consciousness of all shapes, forms, and sizes, especially those who look exactly like people personhood. Like yours. Indistinguishable from. Think like Westworld meets, not Baldur's Gate. Westworld meets Battlestar Galactica, the new one. But in even a weirder way. Wait till you read it. Join us as we write it here on Livestream. Clip that. Okay. Someone told me, like, make more clips and that'll get you better audience. Let's see. We're going to literally start bombarding the internet with clips about all of this. Also, this game is so cool. And anybody who's is either getting paid to do that by some competitor, I think, theoretically speaking. I'm not accusing anyone in particular of anything. I'm also world building for my book series, in case you haven't caught on, and sort of weaving things that become bigger, way crazier, more complicated sci-fi dystopian level things in that dystopian future that I'm writing based on my commentary of what's going on here and now, which is going to be wild once we get full circle and the books are done and written and you haven't read them yet, but you're sitting in a movie theater watching the movie. Okay. Infinity desktop portal of infinity. Boop. Oh, okay, it looks better when it's just the horizontal view. No diss on Streamlabs. I mean, muting self, proceeding with gameplay. Dear Ubisoft, could you patch in a little bit of an explainer right here in this section that gives us a little bit of a clue about where in the game and how deep into the game, maybe, even if it's subtle and mysterious, so that we're not living in like we think it's broken mode, because that's annoying, and I almost wrote a bug about it. And I don't want to write bugs about something that's not a bug, unless this is a bug. So can we get a little something, please? And thank you. Also, CC that as a prayer to the gods and goddesses of the holofractal universe. Holographic fractal. I still haven't refined that. Note to self, really pin that one nomenclature here for the Zeppoverse world building project down so it sounds cool and I can roll it off the top of my tongue. But CC that to the living fractal holographic goddesses and gods of the living macroverse. That's a good one. Save that one. Pin on the corkboard. And may they plant the seeds of inspiration in the right people so that that happens and it gets patched into an update in the not too distant future so that everyone, new and current and future players onboarding into this game kind of go, oh, okay, cool. It's not broken. It's just going to take a while before I unlock this and start collecting data fragments. Please and thank you. Amen. Namaste. Hallelujah. Whew. That's a bit for the Zeppoverse world building project. And also, I've done it before and it kind of actually really came true. Sort of. For reals. Literally. Not literally. In terms of literature. In the world of the character that I'm cosplaying. No, but for reals also in reality. I wish I'd made magic movie loops of those moments. Here we go. Let's we're gonna go do the final part of that target's trajectory, which I had postponed for the satisfaction of not doing that late and bleary-eyed whenever we got to unlock that, which I'll review in just a minute. I don't even remember what. We're really close though. We just got to the zone where we got to go take this character down. Can I talk for a minute about that scene? For reals though, let's chat. Anybody who played through this, fellow my sisters and brothers in fandom of Assassin's Creed Shadows. What did you think of that chase after the tea ceremony? I kind of felt horrible that, like, at least the way it played out for me through this playthrough. Now I'm wondering, like, how deeply variant might it be? Should I do another playthrough just for funsies before we get too far along to test that idea, right? Because I'm barely like level X, insert level, current level here. Because I don't know it off the top of my head, but we'll find out in a hot second. And I know that this game is epic huge, and people are complaining it's too long. But it's also supposed to be, theoretically, like meaningful choices and branching away, and so much so that there's a canon, decision-free way to play through the game, which I'm curious to someday come back and play through again. That sounds like a lifetime's worth of work. Can you imagine a game so big that it takes 3 generations worth of lifetimes to get through? And the only way to do it is to like hyper compress and inverse dilate time in a deep immersive, like full immersion, brain in a jar, virtual reality computer simulation environment. And the people do that for fun because that's the way they live. That's just one little puzzle piece ingredient in the Zeppoverse. So join us over there on the solo.to/Mr. Zeppo to explore all that and more. Clip that, Eclipse. All right, I'll stop doing those for now. All right. Here we go. Muting self and proceeding back into that gameplay, folks. Thank you for being here. Oh, wait, no, that was the wrong button. I will take a tiny bit of a moment to sip some water. All right, here we go. for reals now. I'm gonna mute myself and rest my voice because that I'm all tore up in the vocal cords. Here we go, folks. Join me in immersive dive into this beautiful. Oh snap! I gotta pack that bowl again. It's all ashy washy. Let me figure out where we're going. We're going right there, and okay. There's no enemies in that direction. Forgive me for not doing this a hot second earlier, but before we jump off this roof, I'm gonna go pack myself a little something. Be right back.
街中で小便した時のあのばあさんの驚き音来たな。ぽっくり行くんじゃねえかと思ったぜ。
止まれ。
Oh, my mic is open. Sorry for the echo chamber, guys. I'm going to mute self now. I just also did a weird thing where I accidentally unlocked all my assets in Streamlabs by accident when I was trying to click enable performance mode. They're right next to each other. And I was trying to be quick about it and I failed. And now I've just been poking at the screen doing that going, what just happened? Nothing changed visually. Thank you for being here, folks. I'm going to put my cam on, because why not? Hello, everybody. Watching live or in the not too distant future. Thanks for tuning in. I am high as a kite and loving the experience of playing this game headset free and listening to it on my badass speakers. Insert name of speaker product here. I don't remember what they're called. And I'm not going to do a product promo, but I love them. It's not the first one that just came to mind. I don't think it's that. Anyways, in we go, folks. That literally just startled the crap out of me, almost exactly the same way that weird prop plank that popped up in the middle of that when I was exploring that office in Adamfall yesterday startled the living daylights out of me. I just didn't. The mic was muted and I didn't yelp, but I had to stop and make fun of myself for it. The two were equally epic startling. Not scary, mind you. I don't easily scare, but that startled the crap out of me. And I liked it. Oh my god, I can't believe I just did that, like, in the game. I feel like that brings shame to me. Like, no, that's just too awkward. That's perfectly awkward and funny and dopey and, like, hilarious and, embarrassing. And I guess sort of, stoner gamer moment. But I literally just enjoyed the, like, fanciful seriousness of a video game character stopping at many, many, many shrines to pray, for which you get different little weird, bonuses to your specific stat that, and I think it's random each time, I guess. And it's, all about going to war and unaliving people, which is awkward AF, and mature AF. And what I've done, what I would have done from day one if I had weed, but I've been on like a literal spiritual purge of consuming cannabis on purpose. It's sort of like Lent, right? Lent's the one where they abstain from stuff, and like Good Friday, you only eat fish and stuff. I was like, on Lent, I gave up my cannabis for longer than Lent. I forget how many days running, but for a good, healthy little session there. Irrelevant how many exactly, but and now my first day back, I don't know how many times I've prayed at a shrine, but every single time I've been like, and just had a little moment of pseudo cannabinoidal wannabe video game spirituality self-care moment. Comedy. Insert comedy in there. Also insert for the purposes of yet to be written sci-fi action adventure psychedelic literature, of which this is an experimental part of the world building. Now imagine that you are a participant in all this, except that your perspective is that guy doing the insert correct cultural name of puppet theater dance name here, because I don't have it fresh at the moment. And missed opportunity, Ubisoft. Where's the historical data entry thing for this dude? And why can't I talk to them? Theater nerd. All those things collided. And after I was having all those thoughts, got a cool picture. Love it. And then I stumbled the F all over the thing, embarrassing myself and bringing dishonor to my family. In front of witnesses who were just like... in the video. Now imagine, like, you know, the video games are so deep that, like, I'm not playing on an Xbox, but... multiple levels of time compression, matrix illusions of different things happening all at once. Immersion of, like, your brain into the simulation system that seems super duper hyper vivid lucid crazy ultra beyond real, realer than real, that is the dystopian nightmare that to do that your personal computer spaceship and your progeny's computer spaceships that are built by nanotechnology slaves like me devour entire planets and everything that was once living on it to continue perpetuating doing it. Don't steal that from me. It's my original Zeppoverse core idea. Pin it on the corkboard. If that intrigues you, go read the Wattpad pages. Wah. Project of many projects of self-commodification. This robot needs to take a tiny break. Be right back, friends. I need a theme song right here, DJ Zed, but you're over there acting like someone unplugged you right when you thought you were about to... Did you run out of batteries yesterday and you didn't... Is that what's going on? Hang on, folks. I need a moment. I'll be right back. Clip that! Rock on, folks. Thank you for your patience and your indulgence and comprehension and understanding that, you know, nature calls. Hey, guess what? I managed to plug DJ Zed back in, and he powered right back up. Here's a Assassin's Creed themed DJ Zed audio asset loop remix composition from the Zeppoverse. What was the name of that track, DJ Zed? Traditions Remixed. Trap Japanese audio asset mix lab studio composition created in collaboration with the insert redacted name of application here and all the associated artists involved. Rock on, and thanks to them for letting us do that kind of thing. DJ Zed, you don't really exist. You're just a fictional character in the Zeppoverse. But thank you for what you do, and thank you for staring at me hard enough, burning a hole in the back of my cybernetic skull until I realized I had failed to plug you in. And that's why you were frozen in the corner refusing to do your job. Now that you're back, why don't you take a break? Because I'm going to deep dive into this game, and we're probably not going to play any more music for a hot minute. But thanks for being you, buddy. By the way, you can read the forthcoming Many Adventures of DJ Zed and Mr. Zeppo over on Wattpad. Find the link here on the solo.to/Mr. Zeppo page. And now, Assassin's Creed Shadows. We're on the verge of taking out a serious player in the game, or a serious character in the game. Hopefully, we can do it with grace and excellence. Let's go! Oh, by the way, the push today is to try to get to a particular quest whose name I've redacted from my own memory because I don't want to ruin the suspense and the surprise. But that once we complete that quest, we get to the part where we unlock the data fragment acquisition process in the game. I don't know if I'm on the right track or if I'm on the wrong track. And if anyone out there watching knows, don't ruin it for me. I'm having fun. I'm going to go silent mode though, because I'm having fun playing headset free and not getting any headset headaches. The literal living bane of my existence as I sit here commodifying myself for your entertainment by playing this and so many other video games that I do not even have enough time to play them all in. Thank you for joining us. Whether you do live or in the not too distant future, you are welcome here. Whether you do or do not agree with me in terms of the socio-political economic situation in the real world out there, that doesn't matter in here. We're deep, deep, deep inside of many levels of simulation. For whatever your reasons being here, let's keep it groovy, let's keep it civil, and let's get on with the deep graining. I ruined that tape. Let's get on with the gaming action. Clip that, Eclipse. Muting self, proceeding with full audio immersion of the game for a good 15-20 minutes, and then we'll do TikTok roll call. Tune in for announcements and other media crossover events. Details coming soon. Insert reference to books here. End solo promotion protocol. Terminating narrative. Moment. Microphone muting. Microphone muting. Is this too much or not enough? Am I overdoing it? I don't know. I'm not the one who's pushing the mic button, dude. You are. Now that you're back. Remember, DJ Zed? Gotcha. Snoozing on the job, buddy. Oh, DJ Zed, I love you. I mean, in a platonic way, bro. Alright, here we go. I'm gonna stop rambling. That was really weird. But I'm developing dialogue between me and my even more animatronic-looking robot sidekick friend that you can read all about in that book I just promoted. Alright, I'm done. We're done. We're done! Stop prodding me with the promo ad electric. Oh, is that short-circuiting? Is that why you're... Hold on a second. There you go. Sorry about that, folks. He was literally spazzing out and telling me to keep promoting the page. Even though I was done like minutes ago and we could be playing the game already. I am so sorry about knocking over that altar. I would yell if it was me literally inside that game. I would yell at these guys. And if they were like AI or other players, like in a future like rebirthing of this game, we would have a whole discussion about how embarrassing it was that I knocked that table over, and how much shame it brought to me, and I don't know what to do about making up for that. And they would be like, well, pick it up. And I'd be like, yeah, cool. But I can't in this game, so that's a bummer. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Zeppoverse world building promo protocol ended. Continue with gameplay for a good 35 minutes plus. Please and thank you, Mr. Zeppo. I will. That's what I'm trying to do, except no one will hit the microphone. Sorry, I really wanted to know where those birds were. I want to see what kind of bird that was. I bet you can do a whole run where you just like focus on bird watching everywhere. Try to find and photograph those birds. Hey, check it out. We got another bot dropping a totally terms of service violating copy paste. This is so annoying. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Can we get a thing that ends this? Can we get some regulation, or like, can we just get that automated at the primary systems that just doesn't even come through? Why can't they even do that? Those bots dropping promo for services that violate terms of service of the platform we're on. Where is that bird? That bird sounds so cool. I want to watch it. I want to bird watch it. If this were the real world and I was really there, I would try to spot that bird. Is that a new puppy dog? Oh! I can never approach that dog. That kind of dog always runs away from me. Woof. Okay. I'm not trying to get into trouble with any of those folks. Okay, muting self and not talking for reals this time. Let's go.
れぬ話じゃ。どうしたんだ。濡れた上にずっとこう指導してくれ。確かに休みは必要だよ。はい、すぐに。
Okay, forgive me. I thought I would do a quick review and figure out what would be the best thing to spend this single token on. We can't put them here, can we? No. That one's already done. What's this? Hold left trigger and press right button to automatically throw the equip tool at the closest enemy or object. Tool professional. Let's do this one.
っちもあまり腹持ちしない。
いらっしゃい、お若い武者さん。小さな店だが、また来ておくれ。
Actually. Mm. No.
ここは敵陣。蹴取られぬようにせんと。I just saw something over here somewhere. Now I hear footsteps. Where did this chest go? Huh?
Ah. Whoa.
何が起きたのじゃ。
That's the wrong thing. Oh, the mic is on. I don't even know. Okay, echo chamber. Sorry about that. I'm going to mute that, so I'll be curious to see what that sounds like when I listen to this little magic movie loop I just made of myself making a goofy reaction and realizing I had not muted the mic in forever and just been sitting there staring and not saying anything when I could have been chit-chatting the whole time. That was stressful and exciting, and I don't know if I'm making it, but I'm doing a little new tactic. I don't usually do a bunch of micro saving, but I want to have like an overall save that's just my one main save file, but I'm going to give myself room to micromanage hard to invade places like this by creating a second one and letting that be its own separate little bit until we clear it. And then I'm going to save it all back into the save file 1, delete everything else as I occasionally purge. And try to keep it really strict and like organized. Anyways, sorry for the random weirdness. I'll go ahead and for my own purposes to remember this and laugh at myself later say, Eclipse, please clip that. Alright, I'm going to save file away and get ready to try to get... I want to get to the peak of the castle first and then do the taking out of this character. And hopefully that won't take... hopefully I won't be embarrassed at how terrible it all goes. Have I been over-saving? Dang. Oh wait, it made a manual save, though, I guess. I guess it worked? I'm gonna let it chill here for one hot second and take a mini itty-bitty break to get some water, because I'm feeling the need to hydrate. And this is your friendly reminder, friends. Public service announcement. From your favorite animatronic robot living cybernetic artificial literary character from a book series you haven't read yet, the incorrigible Mr. Zeppo. Don't forget to hydrate with actual water. Make sure it's pure H2O and not some malarkey, because the malarkey's bad for your little delicate human little squishy bag that is your body. So remember to hydrate. BRB, BRB. Clip that. Forgive the hesitancy, folks. I'm not trying to... I am overanalyzing it. I wanted to try to get to the peak of that castle, on top of the tower, for the synchronization point. Like... what's the word? Like, without having to take anyone out. Like, I wanted to get there first. Zero strike. Full stealth. All the way to the top. No conflicts. And I thought I kind of was figuring out a path to that. Then I was briefly tempted to take out this character, this apparent level 1 character that's just singing. Because it kind of feels like a challenge and or like there's some sort of something right here. But I don't know if that's right there or another level down. And I'm like, I don't know, is that a distraction? I could go for these things. That might be worth it. And then I got like, no. Should I try to take that guy out or try to sneak past him? And then I just got into like calculation and decision freeze. I think I'm gonna try to do this bit first. Sorry for over-explaining it. Just thought I'd share my thoughts on that. Hello to anybody lurking on Twitch. Thank you for being there. 4 hours, 24 minutes, and 4 seconds. 3 seconds ago. Shout out to anybody on TikTok. You know what? We'll do a TikTok roll call later. I'm enthralled. I'm actually deeply engaged in what's going on right now. I'm gonna make a decision and hopefully it all works out. I'm gonna try to stop over saving. I already made a save. I don't need to save anymore. I just made a good save. No, that's not true. I want to save here at this rooftop. Sorry for over saving, but I'm not gonna make a new one is what I'm saying. This is gonna be number 4. We're gonna keep overlapping on 4 from now on. Until we get to the top of that peak. And then we're gonna go for the if we get to the top of that peak without touching anyone except for this guy, for the sake of getting these easy points here. See, now I'm stuck. Should I just try to go for the sneak now? Yeah. You should try to sneak past that sleeping guy, huh? That should be the play. Like, sneak past the sleeping guy. As slow as... That's what I'm gonna do. Never mind. Here we go. The executive decision achieved. And now what I'm doing, we are gonna put it save right here, and then we're gonna do it. Oh my god, how simple and joyous a pleasure, right? I know, I'm nerding out a lot, but consider this. I missed out on all 20 years of Assassin's Creed history on Xbox. This is my first playthrough of all the Assassin's Creed games that you see me playing ever. So every little moment like this is pure gamer bliss for me. Thank you for joining me on this journey. Eclipse, clip that! Clip that!
見張りが目を光らせとる。見られたらまずい。
探さならしめず怪しいものを見逃すな。すぐに終わらせてやる。女がいたぞ。 きおった。何者であろうと逃がさん。
I love how not easy these parts are. It's like, it's... Okay, also, like I said, it's all brand new to me, because I missed out on everything Assassin's Creed on Xbox. So I'm having a blast. Thank you for joining me. If you're on Twitch, shout out for lurking there. We're 4 hours, 39 minutes, and 14 seconds into an Assassin's Creed Shadow funky, deep dive, medium to potentially super long length. I don't know. Sometimes I get sucked in some places and look up and it's been like 11,000 hours. Riddled with awesome, crazy Zeppoverse world building tidbits throughout today for extra spicy content. I mean, not spicy that way, but you know, tasty, delicious, weird crossover to all the different projects of many projects. I didn't mean to click on this particular thing. I'm actually meant to go over here. I need to try to figure out the right way to... I just want to drop in on this character and then try to run the hell out of here somehow and survive. I don't know that I don't know. I'm going to see if I can do it by just achieving her eliminating her and not getting into any other fights or avoiding it as best as possible. Let's see if we can do that. Also, I'm running headset free and sometimes forgetting to mute my mic. So if you've got an echo chamber, I apologize, but we're going to try to keep that to a minimum. Echo chamber off.
すぐに終わらせてやる。
the closer I try to get to my target, the more densely populated it all gets, and it's like, I don't know how you don't get through this without just going full, hack and slash across the entire map. I'm lucky I've gotten away with the eliminations I've gotten away with so far. Fingers crossed, we're gonna keep getting progress achieved. And I'm gonna, forgive me for micromanaging the saves through this map, but I'm gonna do it for the sake of not getting reset too far back. Having just did all that and dealing with this save file management just made me have a total hard flashback to yesterday's episode of Atomfall. I haven't processed it yet, but there's a funny moment when I realized that like I'm just stuck in a death loop because of an unfortunate choice I made right after a save file, and there was like nothing I could do about it. It was like I was just cooked. The closest, I don't know if that game has any kind of like quote permadeath, pardon the use of that, that's an industry term from the gaming industry, but perma elimination of your character. But that was just this loop of like I can't get out of this, and the guard I'd aggravated inside of the safe zone of the town that I'm supposed to call home was just like gonna always be right on my case, and I wouldn't be able to escape. There was no back door in that bar. I was stuck in the pub with a really angry military guy that I thought was supposed to arrest me and take me to a prison, and wouldn't. He was just clubbing me until I was no longer in the game. It was brutal. So I have to replay that. Join us for that soon. I don't know if it's going to be later tonight or tomorrow or next week, but we're going to do that relatively soon. We're going to play through that whole opening sequence of that game to get ready to move on from where we got into town without triggering that final tragic accident that I triggered. We might even fire up that episode by showing it to you and like logging into it, see if it's changed. Oh god, that's funny. Now I want to do that right now. No. We gotta keep moving forward and making progress here. Forgive me.
他の仲間はどこにおる？
死のところへ送ってやる。
奪った全てを償ってもらう。この鉄板、
Wow!
これから全てが始まった。黄金の輝きを自慢しとったな。ならばこうしてくれる。これでよし。箱はあの晩馬上にいた男が持っとるはず。
I'm not sure how I feel. I kind of thought I would have to fight my way out of that temple. Well, with all the guards all over the place. We talk about an awesome epic. I kind of surprised myself. I didn't change the settings. I'm playing it on the default challenge settings, which is supposed to be moderately challenging. I think I just managed to get in there good. Even though I was frustrated a little bit, my auto target, which is set to the default, I think I accidentally kept moving it. Or maybe it was helping me out and helping me get rid of the targets that were in the way. But I thought I was going to get to loot her gun and fight a few more other bad guys in the immediate area and loot more stuff. But it's okay. Also, I have no idea where I am now. Let's find out. Also, shout out to everybody who's dropped through on TikTok. Sorry. Insert your name here. I don't have direct visual access to the TikTok chat while playing. And for that, I apologize. Whoa, that guy just walked past me and is assassinatable. Oh, I need to save, right? The F now. This is a master save on all of it, replacing number 2. That was awesome. That was so dope. So much fun. And I appreciate you being here as part of the journey. Tune in for more, especially when we start doing a little bit more round robin, mix and match all the different Assassin's Creed games I've got installed, because that's going to be a riot of fun. Tune in for that and more on the incorrigible Mr. Zeppo's almost daily variety gaming live stream show Extravaganza and content creation show. Live on stream on TikTok and Twitch TV and other imaginary literary fictional live stream platforms that only exist in the Zeppoverse. End promo reel. Clip that! Resetting. Proceeding with gaming content streaming in a moment. Resetting.
ぜ腹が痛いんだ。何を食べたっけ。腹のこなれが悪いことなら。まずいものを食っておっては戦に勝てるものか。具だくさんの煮物さえ食えれば文句はない。
Okay, interesting. I find it interesting that some neighborhoods remain hostile, whilst others seem to be neutral, despite the fact that hostile enemy targets are there. But that's cool. Okay, have I unlocked this epic chest? I don't know. Let's see if we can get it. If not, I mean, we're gonna zip up there. And then if we can't get it, I think we're gonna saunter on home, maybe? It's interesting that that happened. I thought we would have stayed in that... I know, I already said that. Okay, I'm gonna try this and move on forward from here. But rock on! Thanks for being here, folks. Shout out to anybody watching on TikTok. Insert your name here, please. Stay tuned for more, and we'll be taking TikTok roll call after we definitively figure out what our next moves are. I see I've got new objectives, but I kind of don't want to look at them yet. I want to go try to see if I can access this chest and unlock it without, or see if there's more fighting there in this new fast travel point, and then check out the objective if we successfully unlock that chest. Here we go. You will forgive me and indulge me. I must actually think about this for a hot second. How come I can only pick one? How weird. Is that just because that's the only one that's got... No, duh. Never mind. I was just speaking a silly thing. For some reason, I expected all of them to be glowing with those symbols. No, duh, I gotta move the thingy around. I cannot believe I was... Maybe in an alternate parallel universe, the game does that in inverse, and when you hover over it, they disappear, and you click it to open it? That would explain it. Yay! Weird overlapping memories from multiverses. Clip that! Going silent for a minimum of 45 minutes. Ding! It's 11:11.
かん。あの魚は食うてはならんかった。
次からは
おお、久方ぶりだな。また会えるとは喜ばしき限り。
私もです、利休殿。
深い礼か。陰銀も過ぎれば無礼となるぞ。なれどよくぞ参った。
ご挨拶が遅れましたが、私は直江と申します。京へはいかようで。
友が茶室を建てるのを助けておるのだが、見込んでいたよりも大掛かりなことになってしもうてな。されどこの間にはえも言われぬような詫びの趣がある。
つまり完全ならざる者の美しさと。
つつましく素朴で欠けたように見え、欠けておらぬもの。
確かにつつましく何か欠けているようにも思われます。
まあもう少々手を加える必要はあるやもな。
茶の道とは茶室の作りにまで及ぶのですね。
どうであった。宗久殿はそなたの送った小松島の茶壺を喜ばれたか。
いささか驚かれたものの、すぐに気を取り直されました。
ほほ、そうか。
利休殿には誠によくしていただきました。
実はわしもそなたに頼みがある。茶碗がなければ茶室とは呼べぬ。旅の道中いくつか手に入れてきてはくれぬか。
どういった場所を探せば。
小さな村にもいかなる宝が隠れておるかわからぬもの。見つけたら何でも持ってくるがよい。
はい。
So sorry, so sorry. It's adorable and awkward that, like, in the sense of roller games, like Red Dead Redemption, you can stomp on people and bump into them and stuff, and it's weird. I'm not sure how long. I don't think this is one of those like run off and do this real quick. And I don't know that any amount of scouting is gonna reveal 7 different shops right away. I think this is gonna be one of those like really random slow burns in the background as far as objective quests go. Maybe I'm not even really sure where and or how to find merchants very quickly. It's been a bit rough, but I am quite happy and satisfied to have unlocked that and completed this. Now I feel ready to move on to this one when we proceed with part 2. But frankly, friends, I do believe it might be time for me to take a break and break my fast, for I have not consumed any food since waking this morning. Excellent good times, y'all. I'm down to find some sick T-bowls. I thought we had T-bowls. Wait, what's in my inventory? No, this inventory doesn't include like the little trinkety things, I don't think, right? I have to go like, or does it? Tutorials, rotate, right? No, this is just my like these things. Bag. Oh, here's my bag. Hideout resources. Can I deposit those? I want to deposit those hideout resources and crafting materials, but I don't know that I actually technically can. It's so crazy to me that I'm permanently carrying these things around. You'd think I'd like deposit that. But good times, good times. Part of me is tempted to be like, no, we're gonna run some more offense right here. But what's this picture? Is this mine? Come on, map. Start showing me more of other people's photos. Okay. How much money do I have right now? Oh, no. Okay. I have 400 something. 482. Residences. Undiscovered location. Palace. Well, let's, for funsies and easy XP, let's go do the really, really easy to get to nearby undiscovered locations and scan for vendors along the way. I'm going to stop doing the Echo Chamber business and enjoy. So my last stretch, I'll give it another, we are at 5 hours, 29 minutes, and 25 seconds. I'm going to give it one more push, and then I'm going to teleport back to my secret hideout and bounce out for a meal break in a hot bit. As always, friends, deep gratitude for your participation in the live stream. Thank you for your support elsewhere on the social media and the podcast and the reading of the pages and the books series and all that. Thank you and namaste. Here we go.
神業的な柔らかさに突き上げた餅だ。よく噛んで食べておくれ。もっと餅を買うかい？よく噛んでね。
すぐ横で死んでいく中をそれがしだけが生き残ってきた。神ひいきされておるようだ。黙っといてくれんか。
Look at that! Hoorah! Shout out to fellow Assassin's Creed Shadows gamer and enthusiast and appreciator of the little itty bitty adorable fuzzballs that are the kittens in the game, Funk Royale, and they're adorable. Look at this cat playing in the grass picture. I mean that genuinely and seriously. It's the cutest part of the game, and I'm glad other people appreciate it too. And I said earlier, oh my gosh, Mop, start showing me other people's pictures. Come on. This is the fun, awesome, weird, interesting, only part of all Assassin's Creed games that I've played. I think all of them do it, right? Or am I wrong? Maybe except some of the earliest and or the ones I haven't played. Do this. And I've always adored it and thought it was super cool. It's like Assassin's Creed photography community is a real thing, and it's right there on the map. So go in and check out, stroll down memory lane on your own old photos, and share the love when you see other people's. Hell Tito, you too. Shout out. Look at this luscious, awesome landscape. Actually, let's go back. I just realized we can do a thing. Let's expand. Oh, look at that cutie big cuties. So cute. Isn't that awesome, guys? Look, I mean, you gotta give it some appreciation and love. This is a genius thing that takes, pretty interesting, kind of semi-visionary. Let's take a look at this. Thinking to get at, you know? How many other games do this? How many other solo, it's not a multiplayer games do this? That's pretty. And simple and straightforward and rustic and beautiful. And we're going to give that some love. Look at that. 10,618 likes. That's a lot of likes, yo. Rock on. Hats off. How much did the kitty cats have? 10,490. Oh, I forgot to teleport over there. I meant to go teleport over to my thing. Sorry. Here we go. And then, closing out, friends, silently, without further ado, I will say adieu. And that's a literary quadruple entendre in the Zeppoverse. Pin on the corkboard. It'll be a mystery if you never go look and try reading the books. And it'll plant seeds in your mind that'll keep you up at night. Clip that! Oh. Like, wow. Like, I've literally, in my real life, have eaten my fair share of some pretty amazing mochi. And no one told me this. I am today years old, and I'm learning this from Assassin's Creed Shadows. And I'm finding new ways to feel shocked and amazed at the universe, because if this is true, which I don't have no reason not to believe, especially not of actual, real, authentic, ancient, what do we call this? Which era was this? Feudal Japan era mochi, however you pronounce that correctly, please correctly insert the correct pronunciation here, please. Then wow, after that, because I love it, and I have a family who's also really into Japanese food specifically, and so especially whenever we all get together, we end up at places where you can order that. Of course, I've never been to Japan, so I don't know what I don't know, and I don't know what I've missed out on. But wow, if that's true of all of it to present day now, even the kind I might be able to get at some fine Japanese supermarket somewhere for myself at home, which I've also done, like, I'm a survivor in a way that I didn't understand. And it makes me want to reflect on things like the meaning of life, which I'll have to write some passages about in the yet to be scripted chapters of the Zeppoverse. For now, friends, I bid you a fond farewell, adieu, and see you soon again in this and or some other games. Hasta la vista, and thank you for watching. Tune in again for more. This has been the Incorrigible Mr. Zeppo's almost daily variety gaming live stream show Extravaganza, and I am saving and logging out of Assassin's Creed Shadow. Please clip that. If I may, a little itty bit of a humble flex. On this game, I got through, which is delightfully, beautifully, uniquely its own iteration of the multi-iterational, fractally recursive, brilliantly designed Assassin's Creed franchise. I got through the opening sequence tutorial and then proceeded to, those of you who are familiar with the map, I proceeded to, hold on, can I hide the, there we go. Proceeded to unlock like 99.9% of the map with a few areas where I didn't actually, I didn't unlock that, not unlock. I didn't walk through that enough to clear that fog of war out of the map yet. But I did pure, unadulterated, zero aggression, complete pacifist, map exploration focused walkabout, life walkabout. Deep, I just went everywhere and I occasionally looted stuff. I'm a big make loot merchants, give me more stuff to loot. But I missed a few, I didn't do this one. My highest priority was synchronize all the synchronicity points. I can now fast travel almost 99% of anywhere on the map, and I haven't done zero quests. I didn't do any. And that was my strategy. I wanted to do that for two reasons: for the sheer, pure blissful joy of enjoying the game that way, because you can. Because it's within the bounds of the way that the game universe works. And I whatever, I leveled up to whatever level I am. Does it show me the level here? Still initiate. I haven't, if you're familiar with the game, once you get through the opening tutorial where you I'm officially in the Creed now. Whereas many of the other characters, where I'm at, even at all of them as we're about to step through for a little fun bonus content that I might make a mini whatchamahoozle magic movie loop out of, however long it ends up being, over on Twitch TV, just for the funs of it and the archive for history of it. You're not actually in the Creed yet. There's a point at which you become in the Creed. This game kind of smack dab in the middle. It starts off with the boom 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 boom. You're in the Creed's boot camp and you're getting, and you're good, and now I'm going to this city. Somewhere here is this is the very first mission, when you unlock this map, once you walk across that crazy open desert. And you have a conversation somewhere somewhere here, maybe somewhere way up there. And they're like, meet me in the thing. This is the thing. I am now perched right here, ready to do it. Let's see this photo. Show me the photo, bro. Anyways, and it was it's a historical site. That's, oh, you guys aren't seeing this, sorry. I forgot to come back over here. And I tried to do this and to varying degrees of success with each and every single one of the games in Assassin's Creed series that I own. I'm gonna currently proceed to open up and check in on the ones I've got a going and active character that's been onboarded and has done something like this and or has achieved a certain minimum level of quest action to show you that I want to show you, and avoid the ones, but I'll point them out, that I have not launched before, that I'm excited to get into in the coming days and or weeks, as we also try to do the same sort of thing with the entire Call of Duty franchise that I've collected during this experimental live stream wackadoodleness. Please and thank you for tuning in and joining us for all of that. Clip that, Eclipse, and rolling along. Please join me as we explore more. For nerdy fun facts, I'm gonna be running a 2 save file system. I'm down with like I explained it in the middle of the show, but I want to like proceed through the game and try to keep my progress like universal on the 2 save files, using save file number 1 is like the, you know, primary, 2 is a backup, but also when we're in a tough spot or working our way through a particular quest or mission or dungeon or temple or whatever it is, as it may be called, I want to not lose my progress and start over on the thing at the beginning of the space or from wherever the game chose, but from where I'm choosing, the way we did in this most recent interesting quote, and this is in the game, not in real life, assassination of that fictional character that we were assigned, you know, destined to do in revenge, no matter how we rationalized it. Please see the crazy rambles about different things we talk about that relate to stuff we talk about in the podcast. And keep your ears open for more pins to collect on the imaginary corkboard of ideas to interconnect and contemplate together. And also, join me in the exploring of these maps and of the humble flexing of just how much of them I've actually cleared out already. In the way I just described. Pure pacifist mode. Minimalist interactions. Some quest, whatever I am in the quest, that's what the quests I did, and no further than that. I wish if these were co-opable, I would launch a Assassin's Creed co-op Facebook group guild to coordinate with people to co-op. I don't think they are though, or are they? Nah. In the Zeppoverse, they would be, and in retconning history, they are in the Zeppoverse. And when that all makes sense when you read the book, the book that is about video games that I haven't even started writing yet, that I swear it's going to be part of the writing process on Wednesdays from now I'm gonna go hardcore on myself and make Wednesdays just writing, no anything else. Maybe. I don't know. I'm still tinkering with it. Here we go. More Assassin's Creed tour of maps of all the games we're trying to juggle. For funsies and shits and giggles. And then a break, and then I'm gonna come back at you with something completely different. So please join me now and or in the future. And thanks for watching. Oh, and for anyone who might be wondering, I'm doing this for my own entertainment. And also live streaming it to commodify that, you know, as is. And to tease all these games and invite you to join me based on your preferences. Oh, and gotta remember to update this one. This is Origins. Alright, here we go. Updating stream info. Also, I gotta interject, this is what I was talking about. Whatever happened to these? Why did they stop doing the cool Discovery Tour version map? It's like awesome and mind-blowing. I'm not gonna take the time to show you this now. I'm sure, you know, Pin on the Corkboard, lots of people know about this. People who play the game, people who are enthusiasts of the franchise. You at least know that that button is there. And you've looked in it once or twice and gone, oh, boring, or oh, wow, amazing. I love these. And I think this is an awesome family-friendly way to give young kids who you don't maybe want to run around learning how to unalive people as a thing that takes casually, you know, in the sake and for the sake of argument that maybe there is a point or an age at which video games that are, you know, explicitly about these themes and topics and explore these dark tendencies towards mayhem and war and violence and personal interconflict in all the different ways that they do might be unhealthy for, you know, people of a certain age. This was pure, sweet, blissfully innocent and as driven snow, as gorgeous if not more beautiful than the game. Exploration of all the places, or a completely different new set of places. I think it varied by game. Well, you know, it's the representative of the theme of this locality. I can't even explain it, but it was massive. I think in most cases it is the entire map replicated with 0 enemies and lots of places to visit and learn about that place and its various, you know, chapters of its own dynasties of history. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was so cool and educational. Explore this virtual museum mode with guided tours and historical locations set in a combat and quest-free environment. So cool. But anyways, we're here to tour through all the maps of the actual gameplay that I've unlocked already. Look, as you can see, I keep only 1 save file. I'm gonna do a new practice of 2 save files. Save file 1 is the prime save file. Save file 2 is the strategic mini baby step advancement through a tough part where there's a reset place that is the game's choice, and I'd rather kind of incrementally force it forward as we try to achieve the goal. Apparently there's new quests. I think I've unlocked stuff. Also, I haven't logged into some of these since subscribing to Ubisoft Plus. Not to sound like a promo moment, I'm not. Here, check out this map. Let me humble flex, be in awe, and or join me as we play these. I'm gonna do some actual full-length session of these very, very, very soon. I just gotta counterbalance that with some daily minimum grinds on Call of Duty, and full-on days where I focus on completely different things too. So join us for the wild tapestry of multi-different levels of content creation, that are woven into the working MacGuffin of the book series that is the Zeppoverse, which I will probably take 5 lifetimes to even begin to make a dent into because it's so massive in my brain. Until I can hire real life people to collaborate with and pay them for doing it. Investment capital invitation now, please and thank you. And here we go. Proceeding with virtual tour. Sorry, virtual tour of my Assassin's Creed games with ongoing character files. I kid you not, this is what the map looks like when you start the game, like this zone. This is one of the only zones in the entire map, and this is a massive map. 2. And I'm not sure why I never got to this one. Somehow I should have been able to just dip my toe in that one, and I didn't while I was up here undoing all of these other ones. And I guess I could zip on over here right now and zing it. And, you know, just jump over there. I think there's something going on there, but I don't remember what it is. And it might be sailing in a boat, and I don't want to get sidetracked here, but humble flex, minimal, like I've done the quest thing. Side quest level 23, not even ready for that. I can't do that one yet. So I'm over here, and my here's my targets menu. I think I've done the first one. No, have I killed them all already? Is it red because I've done them all already? Oh yeah, I have weirdly and curiously already done. And I don't know if this is like the first wave, and then once you do this one, it unlocks some new map or a new thing. And also, I don't remember about the 2 characters. I haven't switched in forever. But I still got plenty of quests going on there. I think this one I've invested a lot. This one I've actually played kind of deep into, but I forget oh, level 16? Is that where I'm at? That's not that deep into the game, right? It can't be. But I have indeed, like, I've walked everywhere. Everywhere. Even deep into levels that I shouldn't have been, like, I had no business being in because, you know, they could probably once strike me. And I dodged any and all attempted lock-on aggro that I triggered by accident. And I've had some close calls in each and all of these that I've done this with. And it's been a blast. Not that I want to try and complete the game in pacifist mode. No. I want to play the game. I just wanted to unlock all the fast travel points that I could to prove myself that I could. And I did. Especially with this one. This one I'm particularly proud of, this game. I did quite a lot of it. Wait, where's save? Character. Where's save? Make save. Objective in proximity, call send you. Someone sent me a letter. How do we, it's all different in every, one thing I wish they would keep slightly more consistent, and I don't want a grief complaint ever, but I don't want to be accused of being one of the people who's like a hater and troll about this game franchise, but I would love it if some of the things that I have a kind of a natural intuitive button pushing preference for were consistent in that one way that works sort of psychologically best for me across all games, because it's sometimes, the first time I did a variety chaos roulette wheel rotation of all of the games in one day really messed with me a little bit, the jumping back and forth. Microsoft Club, credits, with the title screen. Anyways, we didn't do anything, so we're good where we are. I thought we could save others. Maybe there's another screen. Anyways, moving on. cool. So this is the last of the ones that are now currently connected to this new Assassin's Creed Shadows built-in launcher, which I think is fun. And I'm kind of curious that there isn't a splash of headlines and a bunch of people making content about this. And I'm curious if I'm the first one to just sort of point it out and be like, isn't this neat? But there you go, folks. It really is. You can... Thank you, Ubisoft, for building that out. Sort of, I don't know if... it is fun how, pairs of movies will come out that are, like, interestingly interconnected or very similar, or sharing of themes and or structures and or blatantly like, wow, someone just made two movies of the exact same kind. But Assassin's Creed and Call of Duty overhauling the way they build their own games. Both franchises clearly have done that over the course of the lifespan of the games. For better or for worse, whatever you think. I personally think for better. And I'm totally mugging at the camera and it's not there. But it's curious, they both now have kind of like a default new built-in launcher that's launched with their newest title that launched most recently now in, say, this cycle, this year. Different points, obviously, each. And theoretically carrying forward, we'll continue to add those games to them. And it makes perfect sense for this franchise, given that it's all an interconnected collection of fully immersive, virtual, DNA-driven, DNA memory extraction, but it also extrapolations into, holiday, and custom software narrative story verses for yourself in terms of the meta story, right? I think I forget that sometimes. You're not really playing as actual human beings in those historical settings. You're playing as someone doing research in this reenacted, recreated space. I don't remember what the F this is. Is that my boat? I'm not going to do anything. I'm going to see about saving real quick. I'm just going to save right here and humble brag at you about the map. This one is interestingly shaped, and I don't know if it is smaller or it just feels smaller. I have achieved slightly less. I think this is the only areas that I've super unlocked. And I've made some ingress over here, and then these ones I haven't yet. I think that's the way it is. This is still the Fog of War. But it's been an interesting journey. I love it. It's still a pretty epic big map if you consider that there's all this maritime activity that can be done. And I think there's... Oh, here I am talking over... I forgot I thought I already transitioned to this view. Here we go. But man, all of these just interestingly unique, their own interpretation and fractal iteration of the franchise in a fun, wackadoodle, interesting, challenging way. This map is really interestingly difficult to traverse. It's even hillier and steeper and more intense in that regard and that dimensionality of it than feudal Japan is, I think, and probably rightly so. And then, of course, the border of it is like impenetrable mountain on the northwest, and then, of course, water on the east in all three directions, and even off this way. It's quite gorgeous, though, and it's I love them all equally, the way a parent loves all children equally, but also this is one of my favorites. Where's the Sabertons? Main menu, save. There we go. So I can update. And create the secondary save file. Thank you for joining me on this fun journey that will be enduring. That will be ongoing for the several days and/or weeks and/or months as I explore in tandem the two franchises, Assassin's Creed and Call of Duty. And by that, I mean back into the campaign modes of Call of Duty, which is sort of like the whole thing that I missed out on that I was really like, I gotta do this. I'm gonna see what's going on with that, because it just looks so awesome and fun. I'm not sure exactly when I'm going to do this, but I thought I'd promo this now real quick. Join me in the coming sometime not too distant future when I reboot and replay Atomfall, which I was totally actually having a blast with, because I messed up and got into trespassing somewhere I did not intend to, didn't mean to, didn't think I was about to, and shouldn't have, and then caught myself I painted myself into a corner and a bit of a, they wouldn't arrest me, they just kept clobbering me to the ground, character death loop of comedy, and I'll have to replay I think we did like 4 or 5 hours to get to where we were, and I did a lot of unnecessarily dangerous extra exploration in the stage before you get to the city, and but we're gonna replay that and play a little smarter, a little faster, a little more efficiently, get into the city and push forward real soon in the not too distant future, as this just joined the collection and seems like an awesome, cool and groovy game. Real honest, genuine endorsement. No one is paying me to say this, and no one is paying me to write the book series that I'm trying to write live on stream in front of your eyeballs with my ramblings, except for maybe those brave few souls that dare to go to support this struggling content creator by also going to solo.to/Mr. Zeppo and clicking on all the links and visiting on all the platforms and dropping in some social media shares and cares and support, etc. You know the drill. And get some awareness and attract some audience, most importantly, for the book series on Wattpad, which is totally free to read through, and the podcast, many different podcasts on, it's like a radio station where each and every show is hosted by a different iteration of the incorrigible Mr. Zeppo, and they have a different focus. Over there on Sprecher.com, a direct link you can find to the primary directory here on solo.to/Mr. Zeppo. Thanks for watching. This stream is now officially over without any further pomp and circumstance. Be back soon. Ciao for now. That is ciao, the Italian for arrivederci, for now. Ciao for now. I said it really fast, and then I felt really self-conscious, and then DJ said, was sitting over there in the corner looking at me really, really judgmentally about it. So I figured I'd clarify. And now I'm rambling awkwardly.